Steve, never call this meeting to order. Humbly acknowledge the land which live, learn, work, and play. It's Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Korean Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. If this evening anyone wishes to address council on any items on the agenda, please register with the Legislative Services Desk located on my right, as well as be calling upon those who registered to speak. Following your submission, please remain seated and available for questions of council. You must register prior to the start of the agenda item to which you are speaking, and registered delegates are permitted 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. Before we adopt this evening's agenda, does anyone wish to serve notice of motion? Councillor Grandison?
Up.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Someone second that motion. Councillor Weigel.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Moving on to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, can someone make that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that recommendations contained in item 3.1 and 3.2 be approved.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Weigel.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to presentations, we have Communities in Bloom Committee's annual report. I'd like to invite Helen Meyer, Chair, and Nicole McWilliam, Vice Chair, to present, please.
Just test the volume there. Good. Great. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here this evening. My name is Helen Meyer. I'm the chair of the Wood Buffalo Communities in Bloom Committee, and joining me this evening is Nicole McMillan, co-chair. Nicole and I are here to share with you the summary of the programs and events in 2022. These include the Flower of the Year, Community Gardening Day, Nominate Your Neighbor, Communities in Bloom Judges Visit, and the 2022 Symposium and Awards. The photo on the right here shows a few of our members attending the volunteer appreciation event that took place during the judges' visit in August.
2022 Flower of the Year was the zinnia. 7,000 seed packets were packaged by the CIB committee members. Seed packets were distributed at local businesses, municipal offices, and of course at our rural contact offices. Red was also the 2022 Color of the Year, celebrating the Year of the Garden. Our Community Gardening Day took place on June 11th at the Doug Barnes Cabin. We had over 60 members of the community come out to participate in the event, and we hosted 3 presentations during the day. Gardening in the north, tree care, and turf maintenance. And Rave, you can see there on the left, even helped plant the flower plots.
The Nominate Your Neighbor program is a residential and business recognition program for efforts in front yard and storefront beautification in the summer and winter months. The program continues to grow with 160 residents recognized in 2022. The rmwb participated in the Communities in Bloom International Challenge medium and large category, competing with Alba, Italy, Leduc, Alberta, Oendard, Belgium, and Stratford, Ontario. Judges Tina Liu and Bob Ivinson visited the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo and toured the region from August 21st to 23rd. The judges visited Fort Chipewyan, had stops in Fort McMurray, including McDonald Island Park, Kiam Park, Sny Park, Birchwood Trail, Syncrude Athletic Park, Heritage Village, Acton Environment, and so much more. The evaluation criteria included community appearance, environmental action, heritage conservation, tree management, landscaped areas, and plant and floral displays. A big thank you to all the residents and to all of our tour speakers to showcasing the beauty of our beautiful region. A volunteer recognition event was held on the last day that the judges were in town, with over 150 attendees who included volunteers from programs such as the Community Cleanup, Community Gardens, and the Adopt the Trail and Roadway program.
The National and International Communities in Bloom Symposium and Awards took place in October in Victoria, BC. A round of applause to our community, as I'm exceptionally proud to inform you that the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo was announced as the winner of the International, Medium, and Large category, with a special mention for cultural and natural heritage and Indigenous community involvement. In addition, the RMWB was also the recipient of 2 Outstanding Achievement Awards, which were the National Capital Commission's Plant and Floral Display Award and the Communities in Bloom Heritage Conservation Award. The Heritage Conservation Award recognized the RMWB for their region's work in TRC. Many thanks to Council, community volunteers, and tour speakers for your support for the Communities in Bloom program. And the Communities in Bloom National Symposium is here. The event will take place from September 27th to the 30th, 2023 in Fort McMurray, after many years of planning and hard work by the community and committee and RMWB. 150 national and international delegates will attend the symposium and award ceremonies with the theme of Northern Blooms. The event will feature tours, speakers, and workshops that showcase the RMWB. We look forward to seeing you there. And don't forget to start planting your purple flowers as we announce the Purple Elysium as the 2023 Flower of the Year with a bonus edition of the purple beans. Thank you very much for having us. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. And thank you for everything you guys do. It's we're looking forward to September, absolutely. After seeing what had in Vancouver, I'm sure we can outdo Vancouver easily in RMWB. Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, for a good presentation. And I believe and I've learned that you people are doing extremely good. Keep it up. I want to ask you one thing, that do you incorporate with the parks and their inspections and landscaping to bring the parks up?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Do you incorporate yourself with the municipality or just inspecting the parks also, as your job is to make this community beautiful, more attractive for the residents? Do you do the inspections of the parks? Maybe you go and you feel that certain improvement is to be done, or certain instrument, certain gadget may not be in a proper position. Do you do that?
We, as committee members, are volunteer from the community, but we work closely with the parks staff who do the parks maintenance and are quite involved with the program itself and the beautification of the community. So they are the ones that maintain the parks.
Yes, thank you. That is my point. You're doing good job. Can you tell me any landscaping which you have done in the past, the improvement which is made by with your innovation of mind? Can you quote some?
Well, we, as a committee, we have participated in planting some of the community gardens. This year, we have some different projects in mind that we're still working through, and we'll be discussing at our next meeting. But we, as a committee, we do plant some of the gardens and the planters that you may see around the community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And I just want to appreciate the Community in Bloom Committee. I served with you, so it's exciting to see you here present. And I also want to congratulate the committee and the councillors involved in showcasing our region, and all the recognitions you are getting are well deserved. So I'm looking forward to the symposium in September.
Yes.
Which I think the planning started like 3-4 years ago when I was on the committee. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presentation, we have the annual report of the Integrity Commissioner. Mr. Peacock will be joining us via Teams. I'd like to invite Jim Peacock, our Integrity Commissioner, to present. Whenever you have a chance, Jim.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, members of the council. You should have my report dated March 31, 2023. I'm happy to go through it if you wish, although I hope you all have an opportunity to read it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I can highlight that the report summarizes the work I have done since January 1, 2022, including the formal investigations I undertook, as well as the other complaints that I addressed in my role as Integrity Commissioner. In addition, I have made a recommendation for Council to consider, if in the event that there is any desire to clarify the current act to determine or to make it clear or explicit what a complainant should receive once Council has considered the report of the Integrity Commissioner and made a decision with respect to the recommendations in the report for action. I did not propose a specific change to the Integrity Commissioner Act. I thought it made more sense, frankly, for the legal department of RMWB to do that once it has considered my comments. And as I understand it, that is something that will be undertaken in due course, should Council agree with the recommendation that I have made. I conclude my report by thanking all those who assisted me during my time as Integrity Commissioner, and extending my appreciation to Council for their cooperation with me in carrying out my tasks. I actually concluded my report by commenting that at the time of writing my report, I was not aware of who had been appointed as a new Integrity Commissioner. In fact, that is not the case. I was aware that was in an earlier draft, that I had neglected to change it when I completed the final report on March 31st. I happen to know who you have appointed as Integrity Commissioner, and I can only say, at least from my perspective, that you have made an excellent choice. As I said, I'm happy to answer any questions that members of the Council might have.
Thank you, Mr. Peacock. And again, appreciate everything you've done over the past few years, and all a lot of work goes into any of these investigations and reports, and we appreciate everything you've done. Any questions from Council?
I've lost. I can't hear you.
Just one second.
You're back now.
Okay. I was just saying thank you for everything you've done over the last since we've been here the last couple of years. We appreciate everything. Just want to get questions from Council. Councilor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you, sir, for giving me mic. Jim Peacock, thank you very much for your services. I have few times meeting with you. I appreciate your competency and wish you best of luck in your life after retirement. One thing I strongly recommend, very strongly, that you should recommend to the province that Integrity Commissioner hiring and firing and deployment should be under province, not under municipality. If it under municipality, there is every likelihood of some conflict of interest at any time. I had some experience of that. Good luck. I just want to wish you best of luck. But please do this recommendation to province. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Are there any other questions of Council for Mr. Peacock? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Jim. Thank you for everything, and enjoy your evening.
Thanks. All the best.
Next, we have the presentation on flood mitigation program. I'd like to invite Nasir Qureshi, Acting Director, Marine Nako Isini. I'm sorry, I probably murdered that. Program Manager, Flood Mitigation. And even have it spelled out phonetically, and I still messed up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Nasser Qureshi, Acting Director of Engineering, and tonight I'll be presenting an update on the flood mitigation program. Joining me this evening are Elliot White, Senior Manager, Environmental Services, and Maureen Ekonechny, Program Manager, Flood Mitigation. This presentation will provide an update on the 2023 seasonal and interim flood mitigation measures, serves as a general update on the permanent above-ground mitigation, and provide some details as they relate to the progress of each specific reach. We will not be providing a detailed financial overview on the program or the cost differential between building to the 1 in 200-year flood elevation versus the 1 in 100-year flood elevation at this time. These details will be presented at the council meeting scheduled for May 23rd. Lastly, we will close out with the next steps and what council can expect to see going forward, which includes our commitment to provide an update on May 23rd, 2023. Following the 2020 ice jam flood, the municipality has been deploying seasonal measures annually in advance for river breakup. The scope and footprint of seasonal measures has been reduced each year as flood mitigation construction progresses. I will now lead you through an update on the seasonal and interim flood mitigation measures. Seasonal surface flood mitigation measures being deployed in 2023 include triple dams as shown in photo 1 along Clearwater Drive. Interim clay berms along Clearwater Drive, as shown in photograph 2, were constructed in fall 2020 where feasible to reduce the total amount of seasonal measures that would need to be deployed annually. Interim clay berms will remain in place until permanent structural mitigation is in place. Interim clay berms are visually different from permanent berms. That's not landscaped. And they are structurally different. That's not compacted to the same standards for longevity. The material that makes up the interim clay berms will be incorporated into permanent flood mitigation work when construction of permanent mitigation reaches the interim berms location. In the areas with site or topographic constraints, muscle walls or a combination of large and small sandbags are being used. Photograph number 2 shows muscle walls installed at the Heritage Shipyard. Overall, these measures will establish a protection elevation of 250 meters for the lower town site and an elevation of 249.4 meters for the Taganova Eco-Industrial Park and Heritage Shipyard. This map illustrates where seasonal and interim flood mitigation measures are in place for the 2023 flood season. In some areas, such as Longwood Landing, seasonal and interim measures are no longer required thanks to the completion of the flood mitigation in that area. The permanent structural mitigation measures in Longwood Landing were completed during the 2022 construction season to a height of 250.9 meters, and the underground improvements were also completed during the 2022 construction season. Similar to seasonal underground flood mitigation measures that were used in previous years, the measures deployed in 2023 include a combination of plugs and pumps at key locations. Inflatable plugs similar to what is shown in photograph number 2 are installed in the storm sewer to prevent river water from passing under the surface mitigation via the storm sewer network. Pumps like the one that is currently set up at the corner of Clearwater Drive and Queen Street and shown in photograph number 1 are intermittently used to pump out the storm water flows that are generated from snow melt, rain, etc., and that are blocked by the plugs. Since pumping operations generate noise, noise abatement measures are installed at pumping locations that are in proximity to residential properties, while they are not shown on this slide. Contingency bypass pumping provisions are also in place for sanitary sewers in the event of high water river event. These measures are placed at various locations throughout the lower town site. Changes from the last year. In the previous years, triple dams and temporary berms were placed in front of the Riverwalk villas and Edgewater Court requiring scaffolding walkway to be built over the temporary measures to maintain pedestrian access. Vehicles could still access Edgewater Court and Riverwalk villas and still can again this year. This year, triple dams have been placed in the same locations in front of these buildings, but one has been deliberately left unfilled. This has enabled us to establish a 2-meter wide ground-level pedestrian corridor through the Clearwater Drive, Rydell Street intersection. If it is deemed necessary to inflate this remaining triple dam, a new pedestrian corridor will be established approximately 150 meters south of the Clearwater Drive and Rydell Street intersection via a scaffolding walkway constructed over the existing interim clay berm. For seasonal underground measures, fewer plugs and pumps are required in 2023 than in previous years. This is because, as mentioned earlier, storm outfalls and culverts in the Reach 7, 8, 11 project areas were upgraded as part of the permanent above-ground mitigation construction. In addition to the first line of defense, flap gates, that most of our outfalls already had, these outfalls have been upgraded to have a second line of defense as well, which is sluice gate that will be closed if a flood risk presents itself. Administration intends that all outfalls in the flood mitigation program areas will have these two lines of defense. Permanent flood mitigation program. So this map provides an overall look at the location of each reach that makes up the flood mitigation program. This slide shows the current status of the above ground permanent flood mitigation sections, or as we call these reaches. Reach 1 to 4 stretch from the Snai to Clearwater Drive at McLeod Street. They consist of elevated trails, pre-existing high ground, and the elevated roads, and are mostly at elevations of 250 to 250.5 meter, which is the 1 in 100-year flood elevation. We say mostly because Reach 1, which was built to 250 meter, was found to have settled. There is no construction plan for 2023. These reaches will be discussed during the next month May Flood Mitigation Council presentation. Reach 5 wraps around Edgewater Court and Riverwalk villas. The contract has been executed to construct a berm, a retaining wall, and a pile wall. To achieve mitigation to 250.9 meter, and construction activity is planned to begin in 2023. Two conceptual options have been developed for Reach 6, which is located from Rydell Street to Longboat Landing along Clearwater Drive. Public engagement has taken place and stakeholder engagement is ongoing. Administration will bring the Reach 6 mitigation options to Council for discussion at future date. There is no construction planned for 2023. Reach 7, located north of Longboat Landing, is substantially complete. Although the construction of the berm has been completed, residents can expect to see landscaping maintenance activities in 2023 to bring this reach to full completion. Reach 8, which is parallel to Fontaine Crescent and wraps around the Mills Avenue booster station, consists of a berm and retaining wall, which has been completed to 250.9 meter. Site grading, paving, trail reinstatement, and landscaping is planned for 2023. Like Reach 1 through 4, Reach 9 near Heritage Village was also built to 1 in 100-year flood elevation. Mitigation consists of an elevated trail, and there is no construction plan for 2023. Reach 10 largely coincides with the Saline Creek Drive and waterway and has been divided into two contracts. Contract 1 is a retaining wall that will support Saline Creek Drive. The construction contract has been executed and construction is planned for 2023. Contract 2 is currently in the design phase and in the final stages. It will include an elevated road and berm that are designed to 250.9 meter. Contract 2 was aligned with other activities in the area and synergized to avoid any conflict. For example, construction activities of Reach 11 and Reach 10-1. Its design is almost finalized and accordingly with the tender plan for 2023. Given the required tender period for a contract of this size and the length of our construction season, construction is unlikely to commence in 2023. The mitigation component of Reach 11, located near waterways, is complete. Reach 11 was built to 250.9 meter, and the remaining construction activities, which include landscaping and paving, will be completed in 2023. An interim clay berm remains in place to mitigate the risk of flooding for the Taganova Eco-Industrial Park, the area we will be referring to in the program as Taganova North, which encompasses the Eco-Industrial Park and the wastewater treatment plant, has been designed to 250.9 meter with the tender for construction anticipated to be issued in 2023. No construction activity is planned for 2023. During the design phase for Taganova, an additional flood path was identified south of the wastewater treatment plant that impacts parts of the Highway 63. This area has been named Taganova South. The design for Taganova South is ongoing and administration is evaluating different alignments. The Hanging Stone expansion area is the same given to the Hanging Stone riverbank between Grayling Terrace and the Lions Park pedestrian bridge. This is the only area of the lower town site where open water flooding is known to be the governing hazard. The Hanging Stone expansion area is above 1 in 200 ice jam flood elevation and the 1 in 100 open water flood elevation, but below the 1 in 200 open water flood elevation. There is currently no construction plan for 2023. This concludes the update on the program Reach by Reach. The governing hazard. The Hanging Stone expansion area is about 1 in 200 ice jam flood elevation and the 1 in 100 open water flood elevation. But below the 1 in 200 open water flood elevation. There is currently no construction plan for 2023. This concludes the update on the program Reach by Reach. The governing hazard. The Hanging Stone expansion area is about 1 in 200 ice jam flood elevation. And the 1 in 100 open water flood elevation. I'm just wondering if I should repeat the last slide or continue.
You can probably just continue, Mr. I think
okay.
We heard you.
Okay, thank you.
Twice.
Thank you. Administration continues to adjust how the flood mitigation program's progress is reported and how often the progress is reported. We are developing a reporting format that will, we hope, provide the clarity the Council is seeking with regards to the program progress and financial status. Going forward, administration aims to provide updates on the interim and seasonal measures, underground improvements, and the permanent flood mitigation program separately. The next steps listed in this slide are items that administration continues to work on and that we expect to bring back to Council in the future. The financial overview will expand on the flood mitigation program's financial history, which was touched upon during the 2022 budget presentation. It will also look at the projected costs to complete the program. For Council resolutions, there are several overlapping Council resolutions pertaining to flood mitigation that could likely be consolidated. As mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, the 1 in 200 versus 1 in 100 cost differential will be presented at the May 23rd Council meeting. Administration also anticipates that the flood mitigation program timeline will be discussed at the May 23rd Council meeting as well. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasir. Appreciate the hard work and we appreciate the tour we did last week. Very much appreciated and educational. So looking at it, do we have intention then moving forward? I think we even talked about this on the tour, that once flood mitigation is completed, that we'll continue each year still to do temporary around the Fort McMurray Heritage Shipyard? Is that the intention, that each year will be temporary around that area even when it's completed?
Through the chair, to the chair. The temporary mitigation around the heritage shipyard is something that we're not entirely certain of if we'll want to do it in the future. That's something that's very much up for discussion, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And this is just noticing when we did the tour, like there's a lot less triple dams than there was originally. Do we know what percentage of intermediate and permanent flood mitigation has been completed, like not including landscaping, but what we have protected not using the triple dams right now?
If you're, sorry, through the chair to the chair, if you're meaning what, sorry, let me clarify the question. Are you asking what amount of the what percentage of the alignment is covered using triple dams compared to other measures this year?
I guess so, yeah. We have a lot less triple dams than we did in the past few years. So what I'm wondering is what percentage has been completed, basically, not including landscaping, of course, but what percentage of what we have as permanent and intermediate opposed to triple dams?
Through the chair to the chair, I would estimate approximately 60% of the overall alignment is completed as permanent mitigation. Bearing in mind that we do like to seem to keep adding to the program, so
right,
that percentage could change again in the future.
Perfect. Thank you, appreciate it. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just waiting for that green light. Certainly appreciate the efforts and what the community's been through as far as flood protection goes. A couple of questions. The first one is probably an easy one. Why do we shut down and have security around the clock on Clearwater Drive when 95% of the flood mitigation is done, addressed? And I know that instead of having the floodgates that the last administration talked about, we use the plastic. It's I guess, going back and looking at the downtown core, and we built Clearwater Drive because Franklin Avenue couldn't take the velocity of traffic. And we spent millions and years building the Clearwater Drive, and I think it was called something else. But I don't see I guess the safety of our citizens at peril while we're waiting for the river to break. And usually, I don't know, my 40 years here would be sometime towards the end of April. And if you had some logging going on up north, we'd probably be into the middle of May. But I think we shut down the road 3 weeks ago. And for a mom or a dad, or a single person that wants to do a bit of shopping downtown, it's an awful deterrent. And my last check, we've spent about, 55 million on the dike itself, and about another 20 million trying to get people downtown. I just don't see why. I could see if there was daggers coming up on the highway, but the berm reaches 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all done. And I went this morning and toured Draper. You got some beautiful trails on one side underneath the Pizos we put in during the fire. On the other side, we have more dirt than we moved on site in a day. I just don't get why we just shut downtown. And I mean, we're going to be 10, 11 weeks. We wait for a 2-day breakup. And I get the anxiety and the feeling of hope. But that's my first question. And then the second one is the biggest question that Terry Lang used to tell me at the school board to ask, how much will it cost us every year to carry on? And I guess the third one, if I may, because I know it was 2 administrations ago, because the Klimkes taught me how to move dirt. And as I know, On the escarpment on the three rivers, Feds own, I think, the first 10 meters in. And I don't know if the province owns a little bit, and then it becomes ours. But how come we never ever, and they said they checked it, how come we make our borrow pit right inside the escarpment? And then just flip the dirt behind us and build a dike? Because it looks to me, we're trapping ourselves in some areas. Because if we ever had a fall where we did have a flood, what we're setting ourselves up to pretty well. One day we're talking about Draper, and here we are, we're spending millions to address that need. I just don't see why. I guess I'll go back to my three questions so I don't get off topic. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I think there are three questions that come with time. And the fourth one I put, and I don't expect it today, how much a meter is costing us? Because at our first dressing at 1 and 2, reach 1 and 2, it was $212 finished a meter. And all I heard was the government were going to reimburse us. It turns out that's a story. And I'm not putting nobody on the spot to our CAO, but I think there are questions that have people drooling. I just don't see why we shut down the road and security around the clock. I could see if we had a nice jam up the river. But look at it for 9 weeks. It's not sustainable. It's not sensible. And I hope this evening I can go home and say I've learned something new, which I probably will.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath. I'll address the first question first. The next few questions we'll discuss between us. The issue regarding I want to clarify the question. You're discussing the closure of Clearwater Drive in itself, from Franklin to basically Riddell. I want to clarify that's what you're referring to.
I don't take exception to that because I've been with a woman for 35 years and she still don't understand me. So whatever Clearwater Drive you can't get on.
Yep.
I went this morning and I had to make about 3 attempts.
Okay.
So whatever's closed off.
Okay.
And I walked it too, just to make sure that I wasn't missing something. I took a couple of business owners and we walked it. So if you can.
Okay. So there's a couple of reasons. The number one reason is safety, and I know you mentioned safety already. There's particular locations along Clearwater Drive, in particular Queen Street. Queen Street has 2 pipes that run underneath that road. So we're required to have a setup of pumps on Clearwater Drive, and those pumps essentially pinch off Clearwater Drive. It's a very unsafe place for any traffic to travel around. So much so that last year we had someone that came onto Clearwater Drive illegally and drove into those pumps. So we're concerned about the safety of the residents traveling on that road. We're also concerned about the interface between the bags themselves and vehicles. If you have a vehicle that's traveling along Clearwater Drive next to a bag and they veer off and hit the bag, then that causes a problem for us on the mitigation side, as you can imagine. So those are 2 major reasons why we close Clearwater Drive. In terms of the timelines, Riddell Street is probably, well, it is our most complicated part of the bags. As you can see, they're the highest. They're also the lowest point in the community. So Riddell takes the longest to put up. So you don't want to leave Riddell to the end. You want to do it first. And so that starts the closure of Clearwater Drive. We were requested by council at the time to start the program, have it ready for April 1st. And basically, historically, the earliest break was April 9th. So we're trying to be proactively ready and shorten the time as best as possible, but at the same time being safe.
If I may, through the chair, I certainly, I don't want to get painted not taking people's safety, because there's no community safer than Wood Buffalo, and we've exemplified that in many cases. Your two hoses, it's like driving down the Draper. You drive over a 6-inch line, take your time. There are construction materials that ramp you in and ramp you out. And the other thing is, I believe this would be our 4th year doing this. So it would take us, I don't know, probably a couple of days, throw a couple of sleeves underneath the road, away we go, right? So all I'm saying is, I don't see it, and I still don't see it. And as far as your plastic, where we're going to have the floodgates before, that was mentioned in this chamber, if we come on that, we could put a couple of barricades, the same thing as what's been over the Hospital Street for the last couple of years. So I still don't buy why, but we'll get to the rest. But I don't hear anything this evening that I'm asking anybody in this community to do anything unsafe. But if we're going to revitalize downtown and throw millions of dollars at it, this pinches us out for about 3 months. And I guess we'll just go on with, find the rest of the questions so I can educate myself a little.
So I'll take question 2 first, and it's a difficult question maybe to answer at this point.
Sorry, if I may, I like the fact that you said the council of the day asked to have it ready by April 1st. Well, I've been here for 10 years, and if you put a date on anything here, you'll make the paper. I don't remember anybody saying, but as councils, and that's the thing, the transition is, council wears it, council is going to have to start managing it. But I appreciate what you're saying this evening, because everything comes back to council, and I'm glad that you can say it publicly, because it's true. So that's why I guess we're going to have to peel back the onion a little bit and try to work with our stakeholders that we're trying to fund from coffers, from our own municipal purse. We're, in one sense, we're giving them all longevity to improve their businesses. And the other sense, we're just taking them and gridlocking them. At a time where little Johnny wants to go to the mall and get a bike for Easter. But I just wanted to point that out. I didn't want to pass that moment, because God bless you for bringing it up.
Okay, through the chair to Councillor McGrath again on question number 2. I believe you asked about the cost of future temporary mitigation.
Yeah, and just an exclusive cost, all in. I don't know. The last testament I heard in this chamber was about $6.5 million, and that was from the start to the finish. That's just the hard cost of erecting the berm. That's not, the business that suffer. And and I guess secondary to that is, if we're spending 6.5, are we getting any help? And that wouldn't be for you, but a funding envelope that's sustainable.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor McGrath. So question number 2, you just referred to 6.5 or 6.6, and those are the numbers that we had earmarked from last year and again this year. As the permanent mitigation comes on board, we're able to peel back and eliminate some of the temporary mitigation. For next year, the plan is to have Reach 5 executed, and the most complicated, as I just mentioned, the most complicated part of the surface will then therefore be removed from the temporary program. Unfortunately, we don't have numbers in front of us to share with you as to what the cost will be for 2024.
Somebody would in the House, somebody from finance would, capital projects or emergency fund, somebody would. That's not your question. That's a question for our CAO. You know what I mean? Like, I don't expect you to have the number, but if we're spending 6.5, if we spent 6.5 last year, and we placed that dirt last year, we should see a little decrease in it. I would say a substantial one, but that's just me. As you say, as we progress the permanent structure, we should see a descending spend annual spend. And if it's an annual spend, it should be formatted to our government, the province. We are bankrolling projects that people can dream about. And we seem to accept it. So I guess to our CAO, do we know the budget this year from start to finish? And if so, how much did the other two levels of government put in?
So through the chair to Councilor McGrath, I think as staff have pointed out, the budget this year for the temporary mitigations was approximately the same as last year, so about $6.5 million for 2023. I think as staff were just indicating, the expectation is that will be reduced for 2024, but we haven't established those budgets yet for 2024. We will do so during the budgeting time. In terms of provincial or federal contributions to the annual program, I'm not aware of significant or even small contributions in the last couple of budget cycles. We do have provincial contributions and grant contributions to the capital side. And as staff indicated, we'll be back in May to talk more about the financial aspects of mitigation, flood mitigation overall. And we'll be able to give you a better sense of what we've spent in terms of municipal dollars, as you've pointed out, which is significant for sure, for certain. But we have received grant funding as well into that program. I would also note that at every opportunity that we meet with representatives from the province, I certainly am, making it clearly evident to them about the municipal spend on this program, and that it's being carried by the municipality versus being carried in any significant part by higher levels of government, which you might otherwise normally expect and has been seen in other jurisdictions. So we continue to press on that item, and we'll certainly continue to do in the future.
Okay, appreciate that. There was one more.
Through the chair, for that costing for per meter, we are working on the costing, and May 23rd, we will bring all the cost differentials and the costing and all those like cost to complete, all that information we will be presenting in next month. Thank you.
Through the chair, I appreciate that, because if we capture the cost per meter and that's fully dressed, landscaped, we'd have something to take to the other levels of government, and it'll show you how many cents on the dollar we've had in return, because I hear a story here every year. And I'd like to see the same letter as we had to design a dump. I'd like to see the letter from the feds saying we couldn't use the earth behind us to build a dike and not do what we're doing now. There's dirt right behind us, and it could serve two purposes. That dirt could make your berm, and it also could become our own flood jetty, if you will. Because if you breached the berm, you would fall in your cavity.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, over the decades, the municipality and the province have looked at a lot of different options for flood mitigation, and they have looked at things like building a bypass channel on the Clearwater, hydro dams on the Athabasca, things of that nature. The issue with building bypass channels and things like that is they can have some really unintended consequences that are pretty severe. So, for example, when they looked at building a bypass channel on the Clearwater, they found that through the modeling, they found that it would actually cause flooding upstream on the Clearwater, and it would flood the Clearwater Indian Reserve, which is part of Fort McMurray 468's area. So anytime we look at doing anything to the water body, we have to consider that. Another issue is that anytime you do anything in the water course itself, the regulatory expectations and requirements increase exponentially. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Just so there's some clarity, I wasn't looking divert the water because fishery and oceans would never hear tell of it. We have earth on side of us inside the escarpment that 10 to 15 meters is owned by the feds. Not ours, not the provinces. It's stale ground that the feds own. So if we were to step in off the escarpment 5 meters, by 20 feet, we have a borrow pit right there, we build our dike on top of it. Like, we've been at this for a decade. And it started out to be a $40 million project, and when we're finished, I think you can look at the tape in 13, it wasn't far off of 600 million. And as you'll see the envelope unwind, when we get that spend, look behind us and what are we going to have left? So, I mean, again, I was told by administration it was turned down, but 10 years later, I still don't see the letter because the money is going to run out. No doubt. What we're doing is not sustainable, and we're actually creating our own demise with this plan. I just want to make the observation. So I didn't want you to think, ma'am, that I wanted to put an O&K 200 in the bottom of the Clearwater, but there's dirt on side of us, and I just think that we're adding to the pain of downtown. And again, this evening, I can go home this evening and know that we can leave the road open. That's my belief. And just so you know, I don't have anything other than a passion for the community and getting around. And this is why we built these roads. We bought houses that we never used for roadways because of people's plans. They come in and out. So yeah, I get a bit passionate because I walked that road today. And it's almost an embarrassment because I'm not going to beat it to death, I'm sorry, but it causes a lot of pain in the community when you can't get around, and we're the people that built it. Anyways, I appreciate the work you do. This is not it, but I'll always remember you, sir, because you're exactly right. Them council members that are not here tonight, I stand up and say to you, my last 3 terms, I don't remember anybody making a motion saying that they better be in place by April 1st. This is something new, but I think we have spent about $28 million of taxpayers' money building dikes, temporary ones, and not a nickel off the province. So hopefully we can put some tools in place where we can help you help our community. Appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, presenters. It's a very good presentation. And I have physically seen, I have gone on the ground. Lot of work has been, lot of input has been done. The temporary arrangements which is done, I don't know for how many years it can last. And has this experiment done somewhere around in Alberta or from where this idea is bought?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. I'm not personally familiar with other programs of this nature. I am familiar with the use of triple dams that we're using and other proprietary products. Triple dams are used, throughout Canada, throughout North America. They're used to divert water, divert rivers, protect against floods. And there was quite a rigorous review when we went to the market to look at the products that were available, and we felt that the triple dams were the best product for what we required for the temporary mitigation.
For how long you intend or plan to continue with this system?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we plan to use temporary mitigation in replace of permanent. So when permanent comes on board, the majority of your temporary mitigation will not be there. We will be required to use technologies equal to or similar to a triple dam Will be some areas that you just simply can't berm. You have to keep them open, and you would trigger that depending on the height of the river. So long term, you might see one or two being used around, or a few, but in general, the idea is that the permanent structural mitigation that we have in place, 99+% will be complete, and we'll be using these triple dams or tiger dams similar to what the college are using, or other proprietary products can be used.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. First and foremost, thank you so much for the tour. Earlier in this week, it was extremely helpful to see where we've removed some of the triple dams because the flood mitigation permanency is in place now, and also to be educated enough that I can answer questions for people when they ask them. So I do appreciate that. My question goes to the kind of Reach 6 design. In that, one of my pet peeves when I first got on council was ensuring that we had good community consultation where the community understood the cost of what we were asking. Do you want to raise the road up? That'll be X amount of dollars. You want to put in a berm? That'll be X amount of dollars. If I look at this, and I'm not an engineer, but it occurs to me that if we raise the elevation of the road to a 50.9, we're going to see a fairly significant increase of the road. And therefore, essentially between the buildings like Canadian Tire, Walmart, and so on and so forth, essentially a wall between the road and the buildings, which would create a water distribution problem for runoff waters and so on and so forth, and an egress down streets like Hospital Street going from this height to this height and maintaining safety in terms of winter roads and stuff. Have we or can we include designs when we're going to community consultation of what that might look like so people actually truly understand what we're asking of them? Because Hospital Street's going to look very different if we raise the road. So is Queen Street and so on and so forth. I don't think the community understands that the way we're asking the question. So I'd certainly like to see that done and the costs related to it included.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, we'll definitely keep council and the community updated as the designs progress. We do anticipate we'll be coming back to council to talk more about Reach 6 in the future. And that's, the impact to side streets from potentially raising the roads is something that is definitely going to be considered in the design, and as well as the impact to storm runoff.
I appreciate that. When it was discussed, and I saw it last year, that wasn't included. So there was a dialogue between the municipality and citizens that did not include that information, nor the related costs that would be associated. And I just think that's important. So I appreciate the fact that you're coming back in May, and I anticipate that and look forward to that so we can get more information. But I just wanted to, I told Lucia last week to expect this question because it's one I was going to be asking. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This might be a difficult question, but is there a timeline for the completion of the flood mitigation program?
Through the chair, Councillor Stroud, we will bring back this information in our May 23rd council presentation. And this is one of our last slide. If you just see flood mitigation program timeline. So again, a lot of scope was added, like Tagano was not part of this, and there were so other work was included in this, but definitely it needs to be revisited, and we will bring back this new timeline in our next council presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank administration for providing the tour for council. It gave me a much better picture of what has been completed, and I must say that there's a lot more that's been completed since I did the tour 2 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Any other questions from council? Not seeing any. I have one final question. We talked about a lot of the flood mitigation that's above the ground. When we talk about the flood mitigation measures that are under the ground, I think it's probably just as important. as having experienced 2 floods and 2 businesses myself in the past since 1997. What's the plan? I've seen what we're doing now with that plug and then the pumps to pump the water back over the berms. In permanent mitigation, what's that going to look like in a permanent situation?
Just give me a minute. Through the chair to Mayor Bowman. You're right. The undergrounds for a flood mitigation program such as this is just as complex as above. There's going to be 2 lines of defense put into the system, to the storm system. On each of our outfalls, you'll see currently most of them have what's called a flap gate on them to control mechanism that prevents water from backflowing when the river rises. What we don't have and what we need and what is part of this program is a second mechanism or a second line of defense. This mechanism is another control system which is called a sluice gate. These gates will be operated from the surface, no different than a water valve or anything else. They'll turn the gate and the gate will slowly close. By providing those 2 lines of protection, preventing the river from essentially flowing under the berm is important. If one fails, we have the second. The second part of the program, the underground component, is what happens when you do have a high river event. Careful on my words there, not a flood event, but a high river event. When you close that sluice gate, or when you have that flap gate closed, the community itself can't flush its stormwater, whether it's rain, snow melt. You saw what happened this weekend. So there will be times, not every year, not every time, that we will have a storm event on the community side with the gates closed, and the administration operations will have to bring out pumps, and we specifically designed the flood mitigation structural system to be as to allow us to pump the stormwater effectively up and over the berm. We did it in a manner that allows us to continue to drive on our streets, to use our pathways. The goal is to not impact the community. The other goal is obviously not to bring out pumps every year because it's quite expensive. So it's the 2 parts. It's the mechanics of the valves and the mechanisms that we have in the system, and then it's the sort of the soft operations where we bring in these pumps and pump up and over and out to the river. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Perfect. Thank you. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. I'm looking forward to the tour for flood mitigation measures. My question is slightly different from others. Is around supply chain strategies of how we are engaging our local vendors and contractors actively. Anything you can share now or maybe in May? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, our procurement practices follow the legislative requirements, and it's on a project basis. So you will have just recently seen the awarding of Reach 5, for example. We do have some policy work in place, and the procurement team is working on enhancing the local participation in all of our procurements, and also enhancing the participation of First Nations businesses in our procurement processes. So that is part of all of our projects, and certainly flood mitigation is just one of those.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the tour last week. Appreciate it. Moving on to new business, we have a report on Parsons Creek Town Center land sale. So I'd like to invite Brad McMurdo, Director of Planning Development, and Brian Armstrong, Manager Land Administration, to introduce the report.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. My name is Brad McMurdo, Director of Planning and Development. Joining me this evening is Amanda Heitis, Senior Manager, and Bryn Armstrong, Manager of Land Administration. We are pleased to be here this evening to present a proposed land sale in Parsons Creek. In 2014, the municipality entered into what is referred to as the Master Agreement, also known as the Master Land Exchange Agreement, between Alberta Infrastructure and Alberta Transportation. The intent of this agreement was to allow the municipality to make improvements to provincial infrastructure, such as roads and intersections, as the municipality was better positioned to expediently action the necessary improvements. In return, the municipality would receive lands owned by the Government of Alberta in communities such as Saline Creek, as well as Parsons Creek. This agreement requires the land in Parsons Creek to be sold first, prior to the municipality pursuing any land sales in Saline Creek. Further, the agreement requires the municipality to market the lands at fair market value in a timely, transparent, and open market process pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. The agreement concludes in January 2024. In accordance with the agreement, the municipality posted a request for expression of interest, also known as an REOI, in 2022. An REOI is similar to an RFP, a request for proposal, whereby proponents can put forward submissions which are then evaluated. In this case, the site is 54.63 acres in size and is intended to accommodate large format retail with smaller supporting commercial uses. The proceeds from this sale will go directly to the municipality. As part of this body of work, administration has come to understand that some local retailers have identified Parsons Creek as a preferred location for potential future investment. This location affords them the ability to support industry north of the urban service area, and they've even indicated that they would only consider lands on the north side of the bridge. This makes other locations that were discussed, such as Saline Creek, less desirable. With respect to the private market, we know that retail investment follows residential rooftops. With roughly 55,000 people, or just over 70% of the urban service area population residing north of the bridge, development of the town center lands in Parsons Creek is desirable. It is also worth noting that Parsons Creek itself is underserved, with no commercial opportunities existing for the 1,037 homes that have been constructed, as well as the approximate 700 basement suites that exist. The Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism Corporation's Retail and Commercial Recruitment Strategy, released in December 2021, estimates roughly $706 million are currently leaving Fort McMurray via online purchases or in-person purchases outside of the region. In response to this, the commercial and retail shortage in Fort McMurray is estimated at roughly 950,000 square feet. Economic development's role is to market the region, highlighting the investment opportunity that exists here. They are not leading or directing specific investment types or locations. When attending the International Council of Shopping Centers, also known as ICSC, conferences, economic development shares information on all available lots, allowing investment and investors to determine where they see value and opportunity. Economic development is not in the business of promoting specific sites, as they are not land brokers. The commercial shortfall, combined with a somewhat stabilized economy and a development-ready site in Parsons Creek, accessed from a new interchange, makes the Parsons Creek Town Centre an attractive investment opportunity. In light of this, the municipality should allow private market to determine where investment occurs. Doing otherwise will likely result in no new investment, shaking the confidence of investors, contributing to the narrative that Fort McMurray is closed for business, which is something that our region has always worked incredibly hard to dispel. The REOI process yielded a number of interested proponents, each of which were rigorously evaluated by an interdisciplinary panel. On March 9th, 2023, the municipality fully executed a sale agreement with the selected proponent, Allard Acquisitions Incorporated. I'd like to thank Mr. Paul Allard for being here this evening in support of this important transaction. He is happy to answer questions that council may have. The purchase price for the 54 acres of land is $22,875,844, not including GST and levies. In accordance with the signed agreement, the purchaser has already provided $500,000 in the form of a deposit. The municipality did not include a buyback clause or development timeframe requirements because it creates barriers in attracting retailers to the site. Developers and retailers seek certainty that their investment cannot be put at risk by the government buying back the land that they've invested in. I will not cover the entire agreement itself. However, there are 2 vendor conditions as well as 2 conditions of sale that I would like to highlight. These are also found on attachment 2 of our report. Starting with the 2 vendor conditions. The first condition is to obtain approval of the sale price by the Deputy Minister of Alberta Infrastructure, which was received on March 24th, 2023. The second condition is to obtain approval of the sale by Mayor and Council, which is before us tonight. If Council supports the sale, there is an obligation to inform the purchaser by April 27th of this year. With respect to the 2 purchaser conditions of sale, I note the following. The first is a 4-month due diligence period, which commences after the vendor conditions are removed. This is anticipated to start by April 27th. The approach to the land sale includes payment of 3 deposits prior to the final amount owing. This approach allows the purchaser, through conditions, to satisfy their due diligence on the land in terms of developability and allows time for negotiations with prospective retailers. Once the purchaser removes the first conditions pertaining to their due diligence, $228,758.84 of the first deposit becomes non-refundable. The second condition involves a 2-month period during which the purchaser assesses whether the project is viable and that there is sufficient interest from the prospective retailers. This commences after the purchaser removes their first condition, which is anticipated by September 2023. Once the purchaser removes the second condition, they have 30 days to close the land sale. This is anticipated to occur in late November 2023, at which point the remaining monies owing are submitted to the municipality. Before I conclude, it bears mentioning that administration is aware that there is interest in not just Parsons Creek, but also in the downtown, where investors are looking for smaller parcels to develop. For this reason, there is opportunity for Parsons Creek to proceed alongside continued redevelopment in the downtown as they cater to different needs and segments of the market. If retailers were to vacate the downtown, this can create opportunities for new retailers and/or new development in the downtown. Currently, our downtown lacks available square footage, and this has been noted by investors. In order to continue supporting investment in the Downtown Revitalization Incentive Program, also known as DRIP, should continue, as it has accomplished a lot in 3 years and still has a lot more to offer. To date, 194 applications have been approved, with 26 more under review. This is translated to a commitment of $7,005,649 in municipal funding to the downtown businesses, with a private sector investing an additional $12,796,619. This totals to $19,802,268, combining both municipal and private dollars respectively. In closing, attracting investment to a remote northern community in Canada is difficult. Retailers typically require several factors to be present before investment is made. Primarily, they look for large population thresholds and nearby communities so that delivery trucks can operate on a network. Because our region is not afforded these characteristics, we must work harder in securing investment. What our region does offer is higher average household incomes, which, when combined with the retail shortage, presents a worthwhile opportunity. However, if Parsons Creek is not released by the municipality, our region will be seen as a place not to do business, and the likelihood of new retailers locating here is missed, probably for another decade. The municipality and Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development Tourism have made considerable efforts in attracting interest in our region, and this land sale is just one example of what that work can and does yield. On that note, I'd like to thank Kevin Weidlich and his team for their hard work, as well as I'd also like to thank Amanda and Bryn. This concludes our presentation, and we welcome questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Murdo. Do we have any questions from Council? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. It's a very good, excellent presentation. I appreciate the input you people have done, and a lot of work has been done. During my preparation, one of the residents brought it to my notice that Costco made an offer to municipality to build Costco. Dozens of the people that I know go to Edmonton to buy the cheap things which are at Costco. They're more durable also, and that would have given 100 jobs to hundreds of people, and they're quite made the town busier. That was refused by the municipality. So can you put some light on it?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. I've been in this community, my family's been in this community for 15 years, and for 15 years I've heard the Costco stories, as I'm sure all of you have as well. I'm aware that the community is and has been interested in having a Costco in our region. I can say that we've not received, as administration, we haven't received any unsolicited offers to purchase land on behalf of Costco. We haven't worked directly with them to either support or not support any land transaction in that respect. I would say that if Costco has approached the private market, then that would be a different conversation, something that we're not aware of, but certainly we haven't gotten in the way of it either.
Okay, I'm satisfied from your reply. What all I said, that was on here basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. First off, thank you for the presentation, Brad, and that you explained that Parsons Creek has to be sold or transferred first before the other phases. I just needed some clarity. If the sale of Parsons Creek goes through, will the province pay out the municipality for the remainder of funding owed? Or is the RMWB expected to pursue the land sale or transfer of Saline Creek lots before the master land agreement expires in January of 2024?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, this is a good question. The master agreement doesn't offer a whole lot of detail in terms of reconciliation or reconciling any differences. What I will say is that the agreement itself, in the terms within the agreement, the expectations, that will conclude at the end of the agreement, which occurs in January of 2024, at which point we will have to work directly with the province to reconcile any of the differences. And we have no indication that the province is unwilling to sit with us. They've been, I will say that the Alberta Infrastructure in particular has been very great to work with through this process. So we look forward to continuing the conversation with them and ensuring that the municipality is made whole again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor McGrath? Thank you, through the chair, and certainly applaud everybody. And hopefully this time, the sale might happen. So I think you've had your time of day with offers, and it's been kind of landlocked. But my question is, I guess, as we go into this debate this evening, to maybe some people forgot. On Highway 69, at the corner of Highway 69 and 63, there was a provincial turnover supposed to be to the First Nations. I don't know where that's at. And the reason why I asked that, because earlier, council do make some decisions that either can destroy your business, kill your dreams, and you can't do that on a half glass of information. And
as we go through this sale process, you know, we had an email last week. Well, I heard, you know, you're going to go against us, and I don't know where people hear it, but I think I'd like to be transparent and ask that question. So I guess the question to admin or yourself, did that land ever come through? Like, because that's where, you know, my colleague Dover just mentioned something about it, and I just wanted to know, is that still on the books that the province is going to, you know, turn that land over for development?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, just, I guess for contextual purposes, you're referring to the lot that's at the corner of Highway 63 and 69, the south side, sort of adjacent to the horse club?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because when it came to, you know, our public acknowledgement of it, was the next thing was what do we do with the horses and people that built their farms, and then there was some water issues and stuff. So, and I know that some of these people are not graced or cursed with this chair for 10 years, but I'd like to go back and just have a full understanding of how we can help drive our region built on what we were told and what we were promised from the government. I don't think City Hall is any place where we stop businesses and big money. They'll build wherever they want to. But my question is, I'd like to know if that's still in range, that the province, because the province really don't care about how much land we got. They use it to sell and fund other communities. But my passion is Wood Buffalo. And I never heard anything about it. Kind of went quiet. So I'd hate to be making the decision this evening, kind of taking Paul from Peter sort of thing.
So through the chair to Councillor McGrath, my understanding is that at the provincial level, there were, I think there were complications with respect to the intersection. At one point in time, I believe the province was contemplating a much more, I'll say, robust intersection there. At one point, I believe it was even grade separated. Yeah. I think that there was some complications or concerns with respect to Alberta transportation and sort of the use of that land, because if there were a need to enhance that intersection to accommodate higher volumes than what's currently passing through it, then they would need more real estate in order to develop that. In terms of the specificity where the province ended up with the nation, I don't know specifically where that conversation is. I know that planning and development supported that conversation. We provided development assessments and some studies and things of that nature internal to help the conversation move along. But beyond that, I'm not sure where it rests.
Well, I certainly appreciate you and your team, and I know that you know, somebody might have a big favor for you, but I know that you guys tell us good information, and as long as, you know, you're telling me there's nothing active, and that way tomorrow morning we don't have, as mayor or council, you know, some you know, whoever it is, you know, saying, hey, you know what, you never, and it's good to flush this out because some of these people haven't been around, you know. So I appreciate your work, and anybody says that you don't do a good job of planning development, I'll always say this, partner. You built a community with your team ahead of two big major centers. So on the days you feel you're getting picked on, just think of the families you put back in their homes. And many nights, and I've seen you do it firsthand, so I appreciate what you do. And I imagine there'll be some more debate on the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Do you have any more questions for Brad and his team, Plan Development? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for the presentation. And do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have 3 registered delegates for this item.
First, I'd like to invite Bryce Kumka, Chair, Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee. And there's Bryce. And just a reminder, Bryce, just to state your name for the record and to remain 5 minutes and remain on topic and remain seated for questions, please.
Okay, there we go. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Bryce Kumka. I'm the current chair of the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee. Here to speak in favor of the transaction. I think it goes a long way to deal with a number of issues in the community with respect to coming to somewhat of a conclusion on the master service agreement with the province, as well as providing an opportunity for increased retail investment. When the proposal was for this development opportunity was brought to our committee some time ago, there was a lot of discussion and debate with respect to whether or not this would have negative impact on our downtown, as that's our committee is there to provide guidance and feedback on economic development issues, but from a regional perspective, not from a specific neighborhood lens. And economic development was very good to come back to us and provide us with some feedback and some explanation with respect to the opportunities that this development actually creates in the downtown for the potential of other retailers being able to come and backfill if there were to be large-scale retailers that would leave our downtown, move into a new large box center north of the city, and it would actually have some net benefits to the region, which made a lot of sense to the members of our committee. So with that, we're, as a committee, here to support the transaction and allow for some further development on the retail side in our community. In the 17 years that I've lived here, there's always been a significant and continuous identification of not enough physical square footage being available, and when you're short on physical space, it's very difficult for retailers to make that leap to come into our community with the other challenges that are brought to bear in doing business in the north. So if we can have the opportunity for affordable space for them and an opportunity for other retailers to take a look at our community, then that's something that our committee is here to support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumka. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Do we have any other delegates? Mr. Mike DeRoche? And just, Mike, if you could just say your name for the record and just, you have 5 minutes to present and just remain seated for questions after, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak on regarding the new commercial land release in Parsons Creek. I'm actually for it. I'm not opposed to it. However, this is the chance for council to help do this right, because I've just heard that businesses downtown don't think that this is an impact. I'm here to tell you it is an impact, and it is something that can greatly affect many, many different areas of our downtown. Sorry, I went off script. Currently, we're studying yet another strategy to develop our downtown core. I think this is the 7th or 8th one since I've been here, with nothing done to, or very minimal done to date. Businesses applaud the effort, but we're frustrated that no development has truly been done that affects businesses and the downtown core as a whole. The wrong step here is to give this project a blanket okay. It can do more harm for the immediate and the long-term future of our region and our city. As you know, the downtown core has 2 key stores that help create the major draw for citizens from all corners of the city to travel to. This, of course, is Canadian Tire and Walmart. If either of those 2 were to simply relocate, it would leave a severe hole in the downtown core and a huge blow to the draw of our downtown. This would also force a major adjustment to the strategies being looked at to reworking our downtown. What I am simply asking for is that the land purchase goes forward for this commercial space, but has a caveat to be implemented with the developer that they seek new businesses as their major tenants instead of existing ones. If we can ensure that the region, north and south, has equal access to these major stores, keeping in place the balance of need for people and visit to the downtown core. This is going to help bring in new businesses here. Costco, Home Depots are ones that have been talked about. What has scared a lot of the downtown people is the talk of a Walmart supercenter going up and the Walmart downtown closed. I can tell you that Canadian Tire corporate has been in town and they've looked at the space as well. Those are 2 major players that if they were to leave that downtown core, that service the entire community, not just one side, the impact of that downtown core and the businesses there that have already suffered huge would have a major impact immediately. If word gets out that that goes ahead and these retailers are looking at a 3 to 5 year plan to move, who's going to invest in the downtown core knowing that it's a dead horse? So, like I said, what you're planning and going ahead is absolutely great for the community, but it needs to be done in such an organized fashion that we have certain control measurements put in place that you guys are the ticket to right now, because phase 1's already done, you're phase 2. Once you give this okay, if you don't have any safeguards on this plan, this can go negative in a big hurry when it should be a big one. Looking at my time, sorry. As mentioned earlier, there's $700 million annually that leaves our community. So we don't need existing businesses to relocate. We need the businesses where these people are going to and using to come to this town, right? If we have those new businesses, we talked about certain things. This also attracts and makes 686 more viable to make that transportation corridor a reality, because with those stores, there'll be a major push from all these retailers to get that corridor completed, which completes a transportation corridor for the entire north of our province. As it is, the new mall will be a major draw when it opens, and we will have a huge impact on the downtown business community. It is the hope of a control bill that will minimize the impact of the new entity and businesses. We can't have more businesses leave the downtown or close up due to change in habits and create a no need to visit the downtown sector attitude. This would have a negative impact on any type of redevelopment being planned, with some impact immediately once this is done. Safeguards are the only ways to build our city and our region as a whole, at least in my mind. Please remember that the waterfront is also at stake here. I think my 5 minutes are up.
Exactly. Thank you. Good timing, Mike. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. Mike, I know that you're on the business downtown. Appreciate the efforts you put in supporting the community. And you're right, I think there's 22 million on the books for revitalization. I think we've spent about 16 million. But I do know that there's not a council in, I guess, Alberta 365 that puts more money into their community from the coffers. And I don't know any other council that can tell a developer, caveat this and caveat that. I think that the biggest thing is everybody makes plans outside the chamber. We have an offer in front of us this evening that we'll debate, and it's twofold. Maybe in that time, there's another plan that all them parking lots become a little twilliger, if you will. But you need people. And I think later on in the agenda, you'll see it all links together. So my question, I guess, would be, as a business owner, are you drawn, like, what is our foot traffic downtown in the run of a day? Is it?
This time of the year, it's actually quite slow.
Well, spring break.
Well, it's spring break. So this town works opposite to most communities, and I think we all know that. So whenever we have long weekends, we go slow. When our weekends are slow, people leave the city. Whenever we have any sort of break that's more than 3 days, people leave the city because we have the means. We're not a poor community. That leads to its own problems because the businesses are surviving on a reverse methodology of a reverse business plan, if you will, right? The ones that are in retail, whether they're in hospitality sector, all those sectors that depend on people need those people to be here. So creating a new city and bringing in those stores that have that draw to keep people in this town longer and without the needs creates a huge opportunity for the community to grow. It also means that these businesses can look at investing in this community further. Many of us are struggling from recovering from COVID, and we're putting our own money back into our businesses to keep it afloat until the glory days are on the horizon. We've all seen slight increases. Some businesses not in hospitality have seen huge increases. But for us, we're still probably 6 months to a year away of seeing real breakthroughs where we're no longer funding our businesses to keep them afloat till we get to that time. So when we hear about things like this, we hear about a Costco, we hear about certain things, we hear about businesses that are key to the downtown core of the few that we have left. It's a major concern to us because we're looking at any sort of loss of that downtown that furthers that problem, creates a significant problem for the businesses at this time. Even though this is 3 to 5 years in the future, the planning, the investment has to be weighed out very carefully from these businesses. So if I was a business on the verge and I know I'm losing these stores, why would I keep investing in it? I take my losses instead of increasing what my losses are. I'm kind of going off, but this is sort of the mindset that the businesses are going through, and it's not just myself. I've heard this from several businesses because a lot of us talk. I don't know who Bryce was talking to and the businesses they were talking to, and if they're not in our sector, then they're probably not as well. I mean, Stu may know a little bit more about that, but he probably won't comment because it's a conflict, but those issues concern us. I mean, 57 North packed it up. We had Wood Buffalo packed it up in the downtown core. We have our Moxie's pack it up. So Town Hall has packed up. We've lost an awful lot of services. And it's not about any one of our businesses. It's about what we can bring to this community for variety.
I certainly appreciate that, and I think that, you know, we don't talk about it enough. The Northern Lights, I think last year we delivered 1,200 kids in the communities. 1,200 kids going to need a place to shop, a place to grow up. And I appreciate, again, Mike, I guess my question is, it's kind of twofold. I don't believe it's in our authority, Michael, to tell a business when they're going to open, when they're going to close. The focus of this municipal government are based on 4 core services, but we're doing 24. And all we're supposed to do is clear a nice path and make sure we work with Brad and those guys. We can't control development, nor can we control rent. But like yourself, that runs a good business. I broke my nose working with Mrs. Dix and Mr. Will in the hospitality industry, and it can teach you a lot. And you're right, we've had 7 or 8 closures. In other places, they've had 70. But if you keep your smile at the door like you have, and keep competitive, serve good food, and maybe make a person feel good on the way out, that's what keeps coming back. And I know that the Wednesday night club, whatever you want to call it, people make lots of decisions out there and come to council, but 11 of us, we're the people that wear it. And I don't think you got anybody around the table trying to kill downtown because, like I said, you'd have to go outside of Alberta to see the investment of money that we've put downtown. So if there's anybody more anxious about development, I had those same things, but I also got to believe that at this table, we try to be open and transparent. That land has been landlocked. It's been sold 3 or 4 times. How do you think Mr. O'Rourke feels? Like, at the end of the day, Mike, I just want to leave you with this question. Everybody paints this sad picture about these 2 anchor tenants. Fort McMurray was a hub long before those 2 anchor, you know, Carlo Wickett had Canadian Tire where the Newfoundlanders Club was. We're not going to stop Walmart. Walmart's been talking about this for Well, we had a couple of presentations. It's not a slight to you. All I say with people in the hospitality business, greet them with a smile and make sure you feed them well and make sure you look after them, and businesses will strive. I've been eating Stu's food for years. I've never had a bad experience. Or Mr. Wong's. At the end of the day, though, will it really? I guess my question is, first of all, will it really decimate downtown in your eyes? If we fundamentally hold people to account on the commitments made by industry, people won't be an issue. But it's going to take a little courage around this table. So I guess the question is, Mike, how many thousands of people do you think are going downtown in a day as a business owner? And if you were to change one thing here at this council table, what would it be to make your business a success? At this table, like within our authority.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. I want to address the first thing you sort of mentioned first. And you mentioned that the control is not within this chamber. It may not 100% be within this chamber, but one of the things our community does, and every community does, is we have departments within it that stipulate everything from what type of shingles you can have, what type of structure you can have. So there are control measures that can be. It may not be the way I phrased it, but there are control measurements that can sort of dictate that. What that ends up with, that's between the administration, yourself. You have to give the direction for them to look at how to phrase that and how to make that. But the municipality has a a huge amount of control. And don't ever forget that, because I think you guys need to understand that you control this. Like I said, this doesn't get approved unless you guys approve this, of the 2 steps. I was going to address your second question.
If I may just respond to your first through the chair, we can caveat it, no doubt. Schedule A, building in place by 25. Schedule B opens up 29. That's not a deal maker. But I know we have in our authority caveats, but not to the point where we're going to tell them when to open the doors. And because it's land acquisitions, I was just asking you, what can we do in our role, adding to the millions that we've invested? I'm just here, Michael, to make sure that we're doing what's right for you and many other businesses, not the people that come in here and 6 or 7 businesses all in 1 year. That makes us all look like we're failures.
If I may answer the one question you asked about that, Councillor McGrath, is you'd mentioned what can this council do? You may not be able to word it elegantly in such a way to control businesses as far as who goes there. But one of the things you can do, which every business developer and businesses alike are looking for, I don't want to say handouts, but incentives. You can incentivize new businesses with this development. You can make it attractive that, listen, Mr. Developer, you're going to buy this land? Awesome. We will incentivize you to bring in new businesses. And every new business we will reward you with that, and we will cut something. That's something good for all the taxpayers. That is something 100% within your control. You've talked about it many times. What can we do? What can we incentivize? Here's an opportunity. So run with it. That is what I'm saying, is take this to your advantage. You have it. You have the bull by the cojones right now, and you can do things with it. You just have to be able to think about how you want to go about doing it. And this isn't something for a 5-minute meeting or a 10-minute meeting. This is something that needs to be looked at. But you need to start the process. If you're going to say yes tonight, you need to start that process.
I certainly, Mike, I think that process started in 14 when the first deal came through. I know it quite well. So this work never started 5 minutes ago. I like the feedback, Mike, because I know that you got a lot of at stake, and it's good to hear the business community come in. It kind of helps me understand your plight, and the reason why people elect us is to make sure that we look ahead of ourselves. You know, something like the handy, if you will. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Grandison, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I'm trying to think of this as a question, or how to frame it as a question. It's at the end of the day, Mike, have nothing but respect for you as a businessman, for your business downtown. I just have a real hard time imagining myself telling you what you can and can't sell and where you can and can't do business. I just have trouble with that. I really do. I don't know whether who's going to locate on the land, but I'm a big believer in people have a right to build, and you have a right to build your business where it is and market what you're marketing. And I don't think as a councillor I have a right to tell you, you know, that'd be like me telling Toyota they can only sell red cars. And I don't think that's within my control, nor should it be.
Councillor Grandison, nor in my presentation that I say what we could control what they sell. That's not it. It's like even Canadian Tire knows if a Home Depot comes up here, they're a different competitor, but they're a different store with different sources. They piggyback on different things, but there's differences. Like we applaud having variations. We applaud having different businesses. In many cases, many of our businesses would actually use those businesses for some of the resources we look for that we have to bring in from out of town. So, like, I'm not asking for any of that type of control. I'm asking for mechanisms to be put in place that help to try bring in new businesses so our allotment of businesses grows and just doesn't get reallocated to different locations.
And I think that's fair, but we're all making assumptions. One of my assumptions is that if business is left downtown, it leaves a vacant spot for new businesses to come downtown too. So I'm making that assumption. So in my mind, just because one business relocates doesn't stop new businesses from now occupying the space where that business left. So I'm making that assumption. I don't see it as potentially a negative as much as I see it as a positive. And we both make assumptions based on our experience and the information we have, but I think, you know, the big argument that I've heard as long as I've been here is a lack of space is the reason for a lack of development. If space is created by a tenant moving to another location, that now opens up space, which then deals with the argument of a lack of space. It now creates space and another opportunity for new businesses. So I make the assumption that could be what's happening here. And I don't have a crystal ball, but that's where I come from.
To Councillor Grandison, you're 100% right. If these businesses that are looking now decide to move, there's nothing that any one of us can do to stop them. So that's not the question, but we can certainly make it less attractive. I mean, the rent alone. So I've had discussions with the owner of Canadian Tire. He doesn't get a choice if they move or not. That's corporate. He has to go there. But he's stuck with the new rent and may or may not see a much increase in business at all because he already has the entire municipality that goes to his store. So he's looking at a new development and he's looking at potentially triple the cost for his business. It'll be a nice new shiny building and there's stuff like that. And that's something those businesses will have to look at and weigh and make those decisions for themselves.
I'm sorry, I think we're starting to get into debate here right now and also speculation of who's doing the land. And None of these companies actually are the ones that are purchasing the land to be developed.
Exactly.
So we're getting into a lot of speculation and debate, and it's not the time for that right now.
Yeah, well, I can appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, and unfortunately, we evolve into such things, and not my intent. I don't think I can go any further without getting into that even further than we already are. So
yeah, there'll be lots of time for debate, Councillor Grandison, for sure. Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Yes, sir. I have a question. Did any public engagement took place on this subject? Maybe the administration knows it. Any public arrangements done?
There is, through the chair to Councillor Dogar, there is no requirement for public engagement as part of the master agreement. The master agreement has its requirements laid out, and we are simply following that, and the last step of that is council's direction.
Sir, logically speaking, we all work for the residents. If the residents' opinion is of a lot of importance, to my mind. Anyhow.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Although I appreciate your perspective of this, Mike, I guess I have one question, and it's really more for administration. What the motion is on the floor is to approve the sale. If we were to throw a caveat on it that said that only new businesses, as you suggest, does that create a new condition for the sale? And this is, we would have to start over, correct?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Ball, that is correct. There is a negotiated deal that is being brought forward to council.
Okay.
The other just item I would add is that the province and the municipality through the master agreement have agreed to sell the property in its entirety, and it can't be split up and sold separately. And the municipality has tried in the past to make those changes with the province, and the province has been very clear. The master agreement is the master agreement, and the expectation is that the municipality would market the land as a piece at market value and find a viable purchaser for that full piece, and that's what we've done under this approach.
Okay, appreciate that, and I also believe that business is going to happen where business is going to happen. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Benjoko, do you have any questions for Mr. Drochet?
The question, I'm not sure if it's the one to answer, it's just to reiterate what I heard, which is that there's interest already if spaces become available downtown. I just wanted to reconfirm that, and I think administration said that. So just in line with the fears that you've expressed, and I like the balance in your presentation. So indeed, when opportunities become available, we're also thinking that we of course, we want the downtown to be revitalized and to come back to life. So that's in the plan. So that's all I've got. Confirmed? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Are there any other questions for Mr. Drochet? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next delegate, Mr. Kevin Weidlich. Just reminder, Kevin, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and then just remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and everyone in attendance, including watching online. My name is Kevin Weidlich, and I'm the President and CEO of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism. And I'm pleased to be here today to provide some supplementary information to support Council's decision on the proposed land sale of Parsons Creek Town Centre. Our role as Economic Development and Tourism is to market and promote all development opportunities in our region. We conduct market research to share with prospective developers and retailers, and investors also conduct their own independent analysis to inform their investment and business decisions. Our organization does not decide where developers go or in what order they come into the region. Our role is to attract investment into the region, and then the businesses decide where they want to go. Here are some supporting facts. Our latest commercial retail analysis, which includes a community survey, which has asked the question of the community what they would like to see within the region. Here's some results. Our population has an impressive household income of over $212,000. That's twice the Canadian average. And we have the country's highest average household disposable income of over $151,000 a year. Yet our region only captures about 40% of the current market potential, which is $1.85 billion. That 40% is the $700 million a year that drives down the highway every year. There are many reasons why we have spending leakage, and the biggest one is having access to major retailers in this region. Major retailers have very specific commercial space requirements. And developing the Parsons Creek Town Center will attract major retailers, large format retailers, and it will signal that we're open for business. We're currently short 950,000 square feet of turnkey commercial space that's ready for retailers and commercial businesses. Even if Parsons Creek Town Center is fully developed, there will still be unmet demand for commercial and retail space. This speaks to the discussion that was earlier today about creating new opportunities should incumbents move within the region. Parsons Creek will be a catalyst. Commercial development attracts major retailers, and retailers follow rooftops. This means that they pay attention to where the majority of people live. With 70% of Fort McMurray's population living at the north end of Fort McMurray, it's expected that Parsons Creek Town Center would be a desirable location for them. And we anticipate that Parsons Creek Town Center will catalyze other commercial development opportunities throughout the entire region, including downtown and the south portion of the urban service area. Parsons Creek Town Center and downtown will attract different types of development due to the developers' varying land size requirements. Parsons Creek Town Center is ideal for large format retailers. That's why it's 54 acres. That kind of size of land isn't really available elsewhere, certainly not in the downtown. However, there are developers that are interested in smaller scale, the 5 to 10 acres, the smaller scale opportunities. That continues. I'd also like to mention the importance of competition. When we attract new business, we increase competition, and it's fundamental to any well-functioning economy. Competition is essential for attracting developers and retailers into our region, and it will enable us to retain local spending within the region. And competition creates lower pricing, higher quality of goods and services, and greater variety. So in closing, the investment community wants to see our region work together to get a deal done. And this getting a deal done signals that Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo has a pro-business environment. And that means that we work together on the cost, ease, and speed of doing business. We want developers and retailers of all sizes to know that we're the best place to do business, from big box, large format retailers to medium and small retailers. And having a pro-business environment means that Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo is a place where deals are made. Before I close, I just want to mention that Paul Allard, the Vice President of Allard Developments, is here tonight, and he can come and answer any questions that you may have as part of my presentation to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate the presentation. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Weidlich? Not debate questions. Councillor Stroud?
Mayor Bowman, what would be the impact, Kevin, to all of Fort McMurray if Parsons Creek goes ahead?
The impact is straightforward. It creates more commercial space available for retailers. Thus, it makes it easier for new retailers and new businesses to come into the region. The biggest piece of feedback that retailers give us when we speak to them is, Fort McMurray is interesting, where can I go? And existing commercial space doesn't meet that need. So we need new commercial space to fill that need. That will benefit the entire region, whether you live in Anzac or Fort McKay or in the urban service area of Fort McMurray, in Fort McMurray. That new retail availability is much closer than, say, driving down the highway.
Thank you, Kevin. So what other developments exist that you're aware of?
So there are many private sector owned developments that exist, and they are actively working with potential investors. So that includes, say, Quarry Ridge, which is along Highway 63. That includes the Saline Creek Plateau, and indeed there is even potential space available at the airport. And of course, there is still space available, albeit in smaller portions and smaller lot sizes in the downtown area. So all of those are active and functioning within the local economy and at varying differing stages of the business process.
Thank you, Kevin. So that looks like we could have some development both north and south of Fort McMurray. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Do you have any questions for Mr. Wadlick? Councillor Brynjolko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to ask the question around when and if Walmart and Canadian Tire leaves downtown, for instance, what can we expect? Do you have any information for us?
Councillor Brynjolko, I don't think the question is about Walmart and Canadian Tire leaving downtown. The purchaser isn't Walmart or Canadian Tire, it's a land developer.
Okay. So I guess. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Do any councillors have a question for Mr. Wylick? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Do we have any delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. That concludes our registered delegates for this item.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I do have a question for Mr. Allard, and that my understanding is we have that right. Good evening, Mr. Allard.
Good evening.
So are you able to give me an idea of the timeline involved in getting new shopping stores into Parsons Creek if the motion is approved?
The best answer I can give you, it's going to take time. We already have a due diligence time. The first steps that we do is we have to look at all the geotechnical, the storm, the sanitary, we want to make sure the site's suitable for possible uses. Only after we've kind of satisfied ourselves with all that, then we can move on. But a development of this nature will take anywhere from 3 to 10 years.
Okay, so between 8 and 10 years, you're saying?
3 and
3
10.
to 10.
3
okay.
to start something, to 10 to complete it if all goes well.
Well, I want to thank you for being interested in our community.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Brynjolko?
No question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brynjolko. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you. Just to clarify, sir, so the due diligence, the geotechnical, you're going to start a fresh one?
We're going to do all fresh new due diligence when the deal goes hard. If we get approval here tonight.
Yeah. And if you were to have a crystal ball and you project yourself out 3 years to your first build, any idea what your square footage would be, a triple net?
Yeah, in terms of rates, sir, is that?
Yeah, like,
Okay.
we have 3 different speed limits from the bridge to Timberlea.
Yeah.
And we have 3 different rates of square footage in our community. And I'm at the low cost, and there's other guys up the hill at the high cost.
Yeah.
So where would you be at?
Well, I think we're going to be a mixture of different deal types.
Perfect.
So we're going to have certain deals that are going to lease on a per square foot basis. We'll have deals that will lease on the land basis, and we might even have further sales.
Yeah.
But if I was to guess where we fall in the range, I'd hope to fall at least into the middle range.
Very competitive.
Yeah, I believe this is a competitive market. Yes, sir.
Well, I appreciate that, sir, and I hope that once your due diligence is done, we certainly you've heard the willingness in our community, and I guess some of us have been around this table, and not to administration's detriment, but smart guys on the other side of the table negotiate, kind of landlocks us a little, and so I applaud your efforts. And if it's 3 years or 10 years, I hope to see you back. And I know one thing. I heard a lot this evening, but one thing for sure: when you got the cash, you'll build wherever you want, and that's the way it is. I mean, we're not here to get in your way. Okay. We're trying to make your life easy, but not try to kill our own vision as well. And so, thank you for coming up. And I don't think there's much happened since the last geotechnical report, to be honest with you, unless somebody poured a bucket of oil down there when we were looking.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Do you have any questions for Mr. Ellard? Oh, that looks it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So it's no more questions or delegates. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Ball?
Thank you. I move that council approve the sale of Lot 1A, Block 24, Plan 1920676, and Lot 1, Block 24, Plan 1423070, located in Parsons Creek to Allard Acquisitions Incorporated in the amount of $22,875,844, subject to the terms and conditions as outlined in Attachment 2.
Thank you, Councilor Ball. Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Now, at this time, is there any more questions for administration or debate points? Now's the time to debate. Thank you. Councilor Stroud.
Oh, I see my lights on. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just believe that we need to close the gap on the $700 million annually going down the highway and give this viable opportunity to local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, and certainly nice to see a lust in our community to sell some land. We could sell whatever piece we got, but we're still getting, the shaft by the government. And I think that as we go forward, this is not about us getting some cash back. This is not about the great work that was done to sell the land. The land was always for sale. We sold it 3 times, I think, right now. But hopefully this time we'll go through. And I guess when I look at the bypasses that we've spent $100 million on, like the one in Abbotsford today that we're doing, that comes after the development. We get new technology, and I guess my point is this: it's my understanding that the deep undergrounds are done on this property, out to the outfalls, and the municipality serviced those lots. So some of the money we're going to get back is actually for that site. And then what people don't, I guess some of us don't forget, and you spoke to it, the transportation that we paid for was the Quarry Ridge bypass interchange. Then we had the bus loop. So I guess I'd ask administration just for clarity that the deep undergrounds coming into the 51 acres have been done by the municipality. And to meet those connections, the developer, that cost will be on them.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath. So the master developer for Parsons Creek overall, so all 4 phases. The 4th phase is essentially a naturalized park area, so 3 phases of development. It's all been constructed by Alberta Infrastructure. So the province has paid for all of the services that you see there today. So all the roads that have been built, curbs, all the deep services, fire hydrants that are in place, and those will all be stubbed to the property line. So it, if this transaction, if this land sale goes through tonight, then it would be Mr. Allard and his company's responsibility then to bring the pipes into service the development. That's correct.
I appreciate that. One other question, I guess. There's other parcels of land that the province own that we don't, and they tie into giving us back some of the cash we spent for the 3 bus lanes and the Thickwood Boulevard and the abutments and stuff like that. But if by June the province wants to, say, take a parcel of land and offload it to fund another community, would the same process come to council, or if the province owns it, they would just sell it directly, or does it come to the municipality on the initial sale?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, you're quite correct. The province owns several, I'll say, development-ready lots in Parsons Creek in particular. If they transact land, it would just be an arrangement between them and whoever they're transacting with. That's right.
Okay, so we're still exposed to. We can give this a blessing tonight, but we're still exposed to the province owning our land within inside of our municipality, and if they want to, by next week, can make a public advertisement to I'll just say parcel C2 in Parsons Creek for sale at the same time. Would that be a good understanding for a guy like me? I think it was said by somebody from Palm Springs. Can you explain it to me for the simplest ways?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, what you've outlined is fair and accurate. I guess the comment I would make is that in this particular case, the zoning supporting the town center is very unique. Yeah. It supports big box in particular, and so the remaining remnant development ready, shovel ready, whatever you want to refer to as parcels or lots in Parsons Creek wouldn't accommodate the same type of development. So there wouldn't be competing interests if that is in fact what you were asking.
Yeah, no, perfect. And one last question, because, and this has to relate to development costs. So when the Abbotsand Neck was built, and of course this educates me a little bit, because the more people you put in Parsons, the more velocity you need in your underground services. That becomes bypass city again, or lift stations. Do that be like off-site levies? I get that, but maybe 18, 19 years after the neck, now we're going to do this big bypass that's probably, 15, 16 mil on one side and 18 on the other. So would those costs be burdened years ago on the off-site levies, or was it just something that came along our way and we had to pick up?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath. So we do have, you're correct, we do have off-site levy and off-site levy bylaw, so also known as developer contributions or development contributions. It is payable for development as development commences, and the intent of that is to essentially be held in a benefiting area. So the, for example, the Mackenzie Industrial Area would be like a benefiting area, for example. There'd be different neighborhoods that have benefiting areas. Something like Timberlea might be, which is larger than that, would have a larger catchment or benefiting area. The intent with offsite levies is that the money collected through that process would then be held for future expansion of services when and where needed. So, for example, you've touched on deep services, that's a great example, but even intersection improvements, it would be an example of something that we should be drawing on in order to cover those costs in the future.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Bragg. You're a pretty bright fellow, because once the 52 is built out, there's going to be some landscaping and stuff, but the responsibility for the additional road structures themselves outside of 686 and I call it the Yellowhead, So anything on the inside, they would be captured on offsite levies.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, that's correct. So anything outside of the parcel itself would be the responsibility of the province at this moment in time through as development unfolds. Anything within the property lines themselves would be the developer's responsibility. So hypothetically, again, if this moves forward tonight, then Mr. Allard and his company would be responsible for developing the roads internal to the site. Any of the public roads that we would then take over through once the roads go through inspection process and there's a warranty period and then the municipality takes over those roads, then in the future, yes, we would have to, if we had to expand those roads or the services, we would have to draw on potentially offsite levies to cover those costs.
Well, I appreciate you answering the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to say I'll be supporting this motion. I don't know if it's at this time now. I've been wanting to make some points. So I believe this is a move in the right direction for us as a region. The need for retailers and more stores in our region for every demographic, men, women, youths, we clearly all agree. And I also believe that we should continue to actively try to revitalize our downtown area. And my belief is that our incentive program will still continue on the side. I believe opening up the Parsons Creek would, if we see some good stores that can also serve the industry. And for me in particular, the strategy to attract and retain people that are living here is important. And I think this is supporting that, which is part of what we all want to do as a council. And one point was made today, which we all know, but it actually grew bigger in my brain, is the impact of us retaining more of our dollar spent within the city or within the region, and it will affect positively even the businesses of the likes of Mr. Mike that showed up today. I can believe that if from the illustration that he gave, during long weekends, people are traveling out of the city. I actually just came back today myself and came straight to this meeting. So most people travel. So if we all, people travel even from Florida, from New York or Toronto. But if we retain 60% more of that, people will buy coffee, they will sleep in hotels, or they will do things around our city. So that makes it, to me, is going to be a good thing for us. And finally, like I've mentioned, I believe, or that a few other people mentioned, if there are opportunities, if there are spaces downtown, there's a tendency, there's a possibility of other kind of stores. It might not be Walmart, but I believe other stores that will also bring, that will attract the traffic to the likes of us and all the stores downtown. So I think it will be good for us overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko.
Yes.
A quick question for Brad, if you can answer this. Do we have the, I guess, the traffic infrastructure in place to handle, a big development like this in this area? Because I know some residents are concerned about increased traffic, while others are excited about increased traffic for higher property values, but some are concerned about traffic in the area.
Through the chair to the mayor. I would suggest that the province, Alberta Infrastructure, has, as you can still see, perhaps if my map is still being shared, has the infrastructure in place to accommodate, I would say, all traffic movements. Certainly through site design, they may want to enhance what that looks like. But of course, the site itself as it stands today has great access. In fact, I would say, it also has access, so you won't have a lot of people necessarily driving directly through Parsons. I think that access coming, down 63 and up 686 will be faster, quicker, and so that's at least the way I get to the site. Nevertheless, yes, the infrastructure is in place to accommodate this form of development.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Councillor Bussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Brad. I think, Brad, you know I've been supportive of this since I sat in council in 13 to 17. My question, though, is if the purchaser needs an extension with any of his conditions precedent, does that come back to council, or is it left in administrative hands to deal with?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I would say that's probably something that we'd have to talk with legal services about, to be honest with you. The manner in which we structured the agreement in collaboration and support with external legal services, as well as Mr. Allard himself, we believe that the due diligence periods are sufficient. We understand that the studies that they are looking at doing in the first phase are, I would say that those are very common practice for something like this. And then the second phase is them as an organization seeking to understand what the interest is from the retailers. And I would suggest that they have a very strong connection to a very long list of retailers as well that they've worked with over many, many years. So we don't anticipate that to be a challenge, but we'd certainly bring that back to council, and I'd be happy to follow up with Mayor and Council tomorrow with a response once I've had a conversation. Or perhaps Caitlin can chime in this evening.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, the way the agreement is drafted, it's been signed by administration, and council approval is a condition of the agreement. So it would be up to administration to amend the agreement. Having said that, I suspect that would not be done without at least briefing council and confirming that there were no major concerns. Certainly if council wanted that to come back before council, that could form part of a direction to administration as well. One thing that will also need to be considered is ministerial approval is required for the agreement from the Government of Alberta. So it's likely that any decision to extend those conditions, we would also be going back to Alberta Infrastructure and confirming that they are comfortable with that as well.
Okay, certainly not questioning the capacity of Mr. Allard to close on the deal. I know they can. I was just curious because, I mean, the last deal unfortunately just seemed to be extended forever. And I mean, I think, Brad, you were part of that whole thing, and not blaming you, but I mean, I think we had it on them tied up for like 5 or 6 years, and it just did nobody any favors.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that is correct. It was part of I'll say the back half of the previous deal. I think collaboration between administration as well as Mr. Allard and his colleagues, I think we've arrived at a very good understanding. They were very well aware that we are not looking to repeat that experience. We also were cognizant that we didn't want to impose any sort of, I'll say, barriers for the development to be successful as well. So I think we arrived at a very balanced approach that ensures that, there's I'll say safeguards in place for the municipality, so we don't have to go through that experience again. But at the same time, development can unfold at a rate and as a need occurs from the development perspective as well.
Okay, well, I just want to thank you and your staff and Mr. Allard and ECDEV for the work on this, and it's finally coming to fruition from, I think, 2014 or 15. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. And I guess, not that we bird dog anything, how realistic are we this evening? Obviously, the outpouring of support, you know where it's kind of headed. Unless you want to pull a Johnny come lately, and I don't think it's going to happen. How realistic are we to approve this tonight and get it out to government, to a ministerial order, when in a couple of weeks the REIT is going to drop? And do we have people waiting like we did on the steps to make sure that it does work or don't work? Because we were burnt with this land twice actually,
And we have some very good developers in the community that got bypassed because of internal workings, and you had nothing to do with it. So I'm just wondering, if we approve this tonight, how do we make sure this guy and his people get heard before, what's the date, the 11th? So literally, I've seen stuff here grow grass. So I'm just wondering what's going to be our special passageway to the ministerial order that has to be done in the House. And I'm not sure, because I don't look at the province a whole lot when they're working or when they don't, because we're kind of running things for them. And I don't know if are they still sitting even, or if it's just done by deputy. It's a real, you know, I guess, I don't know if it's a legal question, but in reality, do we have time before the election to get this through to the people that are there, or is this something that's going to be passed on to the next government?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, the manner in which the master service agreement was drafted, as well as I'll say the good work that Bryn Armstrong and her team put in, we've already received ministerial approval for it. So it's a hurdle that's already been addressed. Again, like I do want to appreciate that we've received very strong cooperation and support by Alberta Infrastructure and the staff in the ministry, and you know, Bryn's team worked very, very closely with that ministry to make this happen. So that's all been signed off on.
Well, certainly gives me a feeling of hope, because, and you know, I don't read every paper I get, because I got to work. But if I missed that, I apologize, because I didn't know that it was already approved. So they're just waiting on us. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Do you have any questions or debate points of council? I don't see any, and I had a lot to say, but I'm going to leave it because my council colleagues have pretty much said everything we could possibly say on the matter. But I've studied the master land agreement probably for the last 18 months, and there's probably only 4 people in the room that know it better than I do. And we've gone back and forth with the provincial government on it, on trying to change it and trying to make different things work. And this is the furthest we've gotten since I've been here. And the last few times it's been shut down by the province. So having the province sign off on it is kind of a glimpse of hope. And there's development in the community. And it says we're open for business. And I think this will be a good thing for the community. And free market's free market, and business will go where it deems the best place to do business. Councillor Dogar's arrived back. So if there's no more debate points or questions, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Brad. Right now, everyone, we'll have a brief recess, 15-minute recess for council to take a break. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Our next report is the bylaw enforcement policy. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community and Protective Services, Caitlin Hanley, Municipal Legal Counsel, and Peter Daly, Team Leader, Bylaw Services, to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. With me is Caitlin Hanley from Legal Services and Sergeant Peter Daly, Community Peace Officer and Team Lead with Bylaw Services. We are presenting the Bylaw Enforcement Policy, OPE 80. The purpose of the Bylaw Enforcement Policy is to outline the municipality's approach to bylaw enforcement and to provide guidance for consistent enforcement and management of complaints so that similar cases are treated in a similar way. The Bylaw Services team consists of 2 Community Peace Officer team leads, 21 Community Peace Officers, and 11 bylaw enforcement officers. Community peace officers are provincially appointed to enforce specific provincial statutes and municipal bylaws. Bylaw officers enforce municipal bylaws approved by council. The principles of the bylaw enforcement policy are the values that guide officers' behavior. These include that bylaw enforcement officers ensure public safety and help maintain community standards. That bylaw enforcement shall be conducted in a consistent and fair manner, and that bylaw enforcement shall be at the municipality's discretion on a case-by-case basis in accordance with the principles outlined in the policy. The role of council in the enforcement process is to establish overall priorities, adopt bylaws, policies, and standards that set clear expectations for bylaw enforcement. Council may also provide direction on specific types of bylaw enforcement issues. For example, council may direct enforcement of certain bylaws or to issue warnings rather than tickets for specific categories of violations. At times, it can be difficult for council to remain a step removed from the day-to-day enforcement issues, as members of the public who have complaints or who have been the subject of enforcement may reach out to council directly. It is understandable that council members want to be responsive to the concerns of those who elected them, and seeking assurance that bylaw enforcement staff have fairly responded to a person's concerns can be achieved through the CAO's office. Community peace officers and bylaw officers protect the health, safety, and welfare of residents by promoting compliance with bylaws. In addition to the common bylaws enforced on this slide, officers also follow acts that provide authorities and policies. This includes the Public Security Peace Officer Program, Peace Officer Act and Regulations, Provincial Offences Procedure Act, and the Municipal Government Act. A large part of the skill involved in bylaw enforcement is the ability to manage and de-escalate the emotions of parties involved in a dispute. Having a consistent approach for complaints is important for both the public to raise concerns and for staff to respond to them. Complaints received through the Pulse line are logged into the system for tracking and then assessed for response. Complaints are received via email, direct interaction with an employee, or through the Pulse line. Decisions and actions for handling of complaints starts with the prioritization of the call. From there, an assessment takes place, and then, depending on the results of the assessment, there may be an investigation that results in education or enforcement of the alleged bylaw. The policy outlines frivolous complaints. A frivolous complaint is when all steps have been taken to resolve the complaint or issue, and no further action will be taken by the officer unless the complainant provides new information or raises a new issue. These are not common. On average, there's 1 to 3 of these files per year. There are 5 priorities in the framework for prioritization of responding to complaints. Priority 1 is public health and safety. This is where an alleged bylaw violation may adversely impact public health and safety and is investigated and enforced as soon as possible. A priority 1 call includes dog attacks or dangerous dogs running at large. Priority 2 is public property and infrastructure. This is where an alleged violation may negatively impact public property or infrastructure, but does not pose an immediate risk to the environment or public health and safety. A priority 2 call includes accessible parking infractions and property damage caused by development. Priority 3 is significant negative impact to adjacent properties. This is where an alleged bylaw violation may significantly impact adjacent properties in a negative manner, but does not pose an immediate risk to the environment or public health and safety. A priority 3 call includes garbage or debris calls and damaged street furniture. Priority 4 is a general nuisance. This is where an alleged bylaw violation may be a matter that is a general neighborhood concern. These violations tend to be cosmetic in nature and do not pose an immediate risk to the environment or public health. A priority 4 call includes general parking complaints, grass and weed complaints, and graffiti. Priority 5 is an anonymous complaints. This is where an alleged bylaw violation is received as an anonymous complaint or issue. These complaints are investigated as time permits unless the alleged violation involves public health and safety concerns. With an anonymous complaint, there's no information to follow up on to obtain further information to justify the investigation. In 2022, there were 3,231 anonymous complaints, and to date in 2023, there have been 599 anonymous complaints. Whether acting in response to a complaint or a self-initiated file, the investigation conducted by the officers is an important step in the bylaw enforcement process. Before taking any action, the officer assesses the relevant evidence to determine if the complaint is a valid bylaw violation. Files are primarily initiated by public complaints, or they are directly related to another matter that the municipality proactively enforces, such as winter maintenance zones and off-highway vehicle use. The documentation of these investigations is an important part of the process. If compliance is unsuccessful, these cases may end up in the court system. Over to Caitlin.
The policy incorporates the concept of officer discretion. Officer discretion is the means by which an officer chooses how to make use of the authorities that are granted to them. So it's the authority to make a decision when there are multiple options available. So for example, an officer might have to choose whether to issue a warning, to issue a violation ticket, to issue a mandatory court appearance, or to issue an order under the Municipal Government Act to compel somebody to comply with a bylaw. It's an important component of an effective bylaw enforcement program. It provides the flexibility that is necessary to ensure that the enforcement response meets the needs of the particular situation and that a fair outcome is achieved. However, the exercise of this discretion is not without its limits. The proposed enforcement policy outlines a number of factors that an officer must consider when exercising his or her discretion. So, for example, the risks associated with the non-compliance. Is the risk environmental, public safety, individual safety? The scale of the non-compliance, along with its nature and duration. So is this a community-wide issue that might better be addressed through a public awareness campaign as a first effort? The overall impact on the community, any previous decisions. So for example, a decision from a court that might interpret or impact how we enforce a particular section of a bylaw, or possibly a decision that has been made by council to prioritize a particular type of enforcement at a policy level. And one example would be the recent OHV compliance strategy that council approved. So another factor that will go into the exercise of discretion will also include the respondent history and any previous complaints. So as an example, the way in which a bylaw officer exercises his or her discretion may be different if it's a complainant's first encounter with bylaw services as opposed to their 6th. So an officer will consider all of these factors, along with the resources that are available to them at the time, to make a decision about how to exercise their discretion. So where a decision is discretionary, it's important to keep in mind that there isn't one right answer. However, this doesn't mean that the officer is able to make a decision arbitrarily. They are required to exercise their decision fairly and reasonably. And this policy sets out the factors that they're required to consider. So I'm going to pass the floor to Sergeant Daly to discuss the topic of enforcement action.
Mayor and Council, good evening. Enforcement. The first point, where investigation reveals a contravention, the primary goal of enforcement action is to achieve voluntary compliance with municipal bylaws through communication, education, and non-penalty enforcement. This may include providing a reasonable time frame for the contravener to comply with the bylaw. Second point, where circumstances do not allow for enforcement through communication, education, or non-penalty enforcement, more direct enforcement approaches such as immediate ticketing may be used. This includes but is not limited to situations where public safety or security, environmental safety, or human health is at risk, where enforcement follows a widespread public education campaign, such as with the winter maintenance, where council has prioritized enforcement to address a specific issue or type of issue, where the contravener knows or reasonably ought to have known that their conduct contravenes municipal bylaws, where there's a history of repeated offenses regarding the same or similar violations. Obtaining voluntary compliance is not possible or practicable owing to the nature of the contravention, and case-specific factors warranting a direct approach to enforcement. Also, any decisions made by a bylaw enforcement officer in the handling of a complaint or enforcement matter is subject to review by their supervisor, manager, director, or chief administrative officer. This may result in the bylaw enforcement officer taking additional enforcement action based on criteria in sections 3.4 and 3.54.
All investigations are confidential, and any information or records will not be disclosed except to the extent necessary to further the investigation or to explain the outcome. This is necessary to ensure complainants are not exposed to retaliation. Personal information may be disclosed if the investigation results in court proceedings, if there's a FOIP request, if procedure fairness requires disclosure of the information, or the disclosure is required by law. Safety of employees is top priority. Along with the policies and procedures in place, officers take steps to ensure their safety with each call. The RCMP have attended calls with bylaw services to carry out enforcement duties when there's a high level of risk.
So as the final piece, the policy recognizes that from a legal perspective, the municipality does not have a positive legal obligation to enforce bylaws. However, when the municipality exercises its discretion to do so, it must be in a manner that is fair, reasonable, and transparent. So that is one of the primary rationale for recommending this policy tonight. It is intended to formalize the municipality's approach to bylaw enforcement to ensure a framework for consistent enforcement and management of complaints. It defines a clear space for council to exercise its role in the process of bylaw enforcement through setting enforcement priorities for the community.
And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. Just to the peace officer yourself, it's not lost on me or many other people that whether you're a peace officer or an RCMP officer or city policeman, times have been pretty tough, not just in Alberta, but back east. And things get ugly pretty quick. I think it all comes back to the underfunding of mental health. So appreciate what you do. My question, I guess, would be unsightly accommodations. And I guess my question is, how do we give you the tools, Deanne and your team, so that we don't have to look at a garbage dump right in the hub of our downtown? You know, I look at this place that I go to work every day, and when I come home, I turn on 63 by Morrison Street, and it's been a pigsty for years. And it's not something like an old vacuum cleaner or an old bed that sits against a building. Like, I got to believe that this role, we make bylaws that affect people every day. And the government sits, you know, a little bit and hierarchies that. But what do we need to do, I guess, to make sure that people comply? 'Cause, like, we spend all this money trying to improve our image. And I'm not picking on anybody, but anybody that's lived here for 40 years know who the people are that look after a business and other people that just use it as a dumping ground. And it's right, you know, we're trying to promote our community. So do you have the tools or the bylaw that we could, policy we could create? And I just use that one as an example. The next one is down at the end of Franklin. I mean, you have, you know, the Fargos have done some nice work. Been some beautiful work done with the buildings. But if you go back behind, I don't know what it's called today. I mean, I used to take the kids there. It was Tony Roma's, and then it was something else, the pantry. But I think you get what I'm saying. You know, these buildings are all, you know, they're a lot better than they were. But on back of some of those buildings, if one tire caught on fire, we'd lose half of downtown because the Michelin man couldn't tuck enough tires back in the back alley. So do we need to put some rigor in our bylaw so that we don't have the look, you know, because you got one business that beautifies his place, another guy that just loads it up with stuff that should be taken away. So do you have the tools, Deanne, or do we need to take a look and make a new policy that we don't have to look at that stuff? Because I think you even said it yourself, like we have a group of people coming here this summer, and even if they weren't coming, we shouldn't have to look at pigsties.
So through the chair to Councillor McGrath, the tools really are the bylaws, and one of that is the community standards bylaw that's already been approved by council. The other part of the tools is really the resources. And in the last budget session, council approved 4 more officers for bylaw services to have. So I think we do have the tools. We work closely with legal services. It's not quite as simple as just going in and say, clean this up. There's a whole appeal process, and sometimes it ends up in court. So it may look like from the outside looking in that we're not doing anything, but there might actually be a lot of paperwork already happening. The officers are doing follow-up, and we're working closely with legal to sometimes take these businesses to court to have a cleanup done.
I appreciate that. And the last question is, do your peace officers or the bylaw officers, do they spend any time in an elementary school to educate our kids?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, yes, sir. We're very privileged to spend a lot of time in our elementary schools, in the school zones, of course. You know, looking after the safety issues going on there, but also participating in programs in the WITS program, going in, reading to kids, talking to them about bullying and things that are going on in the schools. So we do enjoy that.
Well, appreciate your service, sir. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair. Try and figure out how to frame this. So one of the things that I've noted in the past a couple of times is when, like I understand all the enforcement and policies as it relates to a subject that's breaking a bylaw, about somebody who's abusing bylaw by calling over and over and over. Because what I've found, quite frankly, is that the bylaw officers start to take it out on the victim because they don't seem to have the tools to stop the offender from calling. Do we have any teeth within the bylaw or ability to stop these habitual offenders who abuse our bylaw officers?
So through the chair to Councillor Grandison, occasionally that is a concern and sometimes it's often a neighborhood dispute. So one neighbor doesn't like something that the other neighbor is doing and they call every day. Their garbage is on my lawn. There is a tool, and we actually work closely with legal because we certainly don't want to not follow up on calls that come in. But there is what we call frivolous complaints. So if they keep coming in and there's absolutely nothing else that bylaw services can do other than take abuse that sometimes is dealt by those individuals that are making the calls, then we can stop attending those calls, mark it as complete unless there's new information or another complaint brought forward that's different from the one that's been dealt with several times to no avail.
So minimal teeth. The one I'm referring to has to do with somebody calling and saying, you know, he's been parked in front of my house for 3 days and the bylaw officer shows up. There's no marking on the tires and he was parked there for 10 minutes and the guy thinks he owns the road. So he calls bylaw day after day after day. And what I've seen happen is the bylaw officer ends up going and dealing with the guy and saying, can you move your car to get this guy off our back, which is, I don't know, maybe not the most reasonable way to do it, but I understand both sides of the equation. So I understand it's a slippery slope. I just thought I would mention it because I think bylaw officers take it on the chin over those kinds of incidences much more than people think they do. So,
yeah, and if I may just add through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I think you raise a really important point, and from my perspective, part of the impetus behind bringing a policy framework before council is to really lay out and allow us to lay out for the community what those priorities are, which gives our peace officers and our bylaw officers the backing to deal with those kind of frivolous complaints, because we can point to a policy that's been adopted by council that says we're not going to respond to this any longer. And we have that backup from a council policy in order to do that. So it'll be very helpful as we go forward in eliminating some of that you're referring to.
Well, thank you. But again, I think it frees up our bylaw officers to be able to do actually important work rather than frivolous work. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. With the increase in bylaw officers, will that increase the visibility in both Fort McMurray and the 9 rural hamlets?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, the intention is to be able to have more presence in the rural areas. We do have a schedule that rotates through now, but having those additional officers will allow us to do projects out there on a more consistent basis.
Well, that's great to hear, Deanne. So the programs that you mentioned to Councillor McGrath, are they available for all the schools in the region?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
As far as I'm aware, they're available to everybody. Yeah, and if there weren't, we'd drop by anyways, so.
That's good. Presence is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Deanne. I guess just using a couple of examples, like I'll use Bell Crescent or Crescent Heights as an example. Like you have people parking on the curbs, or not so much the curbs, the corners. So when you leave Bell Crescent or you're coming into Crescent Heights, you actually can't see a vehicle to your middle of the intersection. But yet, I don't see a whole lot of enforcement. So is that something where the neighbors got to keep calling, or does bylaw have the authority to? Because I've watched bylaw for whatever reason drive past and they don't ticket, and for whatever reason. But do we have the authority, like Councillor McGrath says, like do we have more teeth to actually tow the vehicle? Because ticketing isn't going to solve the problem. There's a safety issue that needs to be fixed. And I'm surprised that nobody has been hit in those two intersections, especially Bell. Is pretty well out in Fitzgerald before you can see if anybody's coming.
Through the chair, excuse me, through the chair to Councillor Boussier. We do have the authority. It's not unlike winter maintenance zones where we are towing vehicles when they're parked when we're trying to get that project done. So we do have that authority, and we can certainly target areas where there's problems. We don't need the neighbors to continually call. If the officers are either doing proactive patrols or they're attending a call, they can look and they could ticket all of the vehicles that are in that row, not just the one that was necessarily called. So we do have the teeth and we do have the ability. I'll just mention, like, this policy is step one. In May, we're coming back with our bylaw enforcement plan. So then we're actually going to talk about this is what we're doing, and then that's your opportunity as council to say we'd like to see this, we'd like to see that. So we do respond most often to calls that come in, but we do have proactive patrols as well. Do you want to add to it?
To the chair to Councillor Boussier, yes, sir. If we were in the area and we saw that as a safety issue, we could absolutely take those measures. It might be that, step one is we contact the owner, issue a ticket, say, listen, this needs to move. It's a safety issue. Somebody's going to get hit. And, barring that, maybe we can't get a hold of the owner. It might be that we need to tow the vehicle right off the bat. So, and it could be, maybe the officer didn't notice the car or take note that it was that close, but calls into the pulse line or a quick email, and we get there pretty quick to have a look for sure.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, if I can just add one thing through the chair to Councillor Boussier. One of the things that I've observed in the time I've been here is that from one council to another, those priorities or desires to enforce change, or the tools that a particular council wants bylaw services to use to enforce change. One of the advantages of this policy is that it will carve out that space for council to specifically set their goals. And if that means more resources allocated specifically to parking or parking close to intersections, then that, for instance, could become a proactive enforcement strategy similar to the OHV compliance strategy, rather than the traditional complaints-based approach that bylaw services takes. Of course, bearing in mind that the more priorities you have, then the thinner all the resources get spread. So it's not unlike putting together your strat plan annually, where you want to think about as a council, what are your priorities for the community?
Okay, and extending on that, like, with just going back to the OHV, Caitlin, can we actually go to the extent if we see someone on a skidoo or quad on the Birchwood trails, can we actually seize that asset?
So through the chair to Councillor Boussier, we do have tools to potentially impound it. In terms of seizing it and taking ownership of it, not so much. Although if it's a continued repeated offense by the same offender, there are additional options that we would be able to pursue. Further, if we continue to see it happen, one of the options that bylaw officers have is to issue basically ticket without a specified penalty. And what that does is it forces this individual to go to court. And, they may then get to benefit from a bit of a lecture from the commissioner, which can be a deterrent for sure. It also allows us then to make submissions about the number of times we've seen this happen. And the fine can actually be up to an amount of $10,000 under the Provincial Offences Procedures Act. So in those cases, there are tools that we do have. And again, this is one of the advantages to having that sort of compliance strategy, because it creates clarity for the bylaw enforcement team that this is something that council is prioritizing and that you want resources expended on.
Okay, and it's just the last one, and it was, I'd sent a couple emails today regarding some of the snow dumps in the parking lots. And Councillor McGrath has been lobbying for a snow dump on the south side. So part of me wants to obviously give the business owners some reasonable discretion when it comes to removing snow, given that they got to take it all the way to Dickensfield dump. But it's just like if you drive around now, just like I'll pick on Superstore parking lot, it's not nice. And I guess, so do we go knock on the doors, like maybe when the snow starts them out, like last week, and say, hey, listen, you need to do something about that, or is that just, again, it's discretionary, but do we try to enforce it?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier. So similar to last year, every year when we have the snow melt, we have the garbage. And last year we took a real proactive approach going to the businesses, and it was quite successful.
I think it was very successful, actually.
Yeah, and we have started that process, and Peter can speak to that a little bit. That some things that we're already doing this year.
We didn't receive the same amount of complaints at all the different areas as last year. We did get some different ones in the commercial areas downtown. There was some problems with some donation bins and a couple of particular areas. So a couple of calls to them, and that was cleaned up. And I think that's a big part of it is just stopping by and you know, when we see those things happening is talking to the businesses. So it is ongoing. And, you know, same thing, if you guys are noticing something that we don't, absolutely let us know, and we'll go and zone in on that for sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. And you probably don't hear it much, but thanks for what you do, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Dogar?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much. Very good presentation. Director, I really appreciate your team, and I want to just highlight you are commanding very privileged people, uniformed people. Our CMP is also there, peace officers are there, and you know, they serve the community at the cost of their lives. You know, they keep the community safe by keeping them own self risk of life and unsafe. Recently, about a month, 2 months back, two uniformed people in Edmonton laid their lives. Having said that, I just want to ask that the awareness which you have done now to the council, sir, do you do, a peace officer, do you do such like awareness to the community? Some public engagement, do you do it?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Dogar. Yes, sir. We do take part where we can in the public engagement. We just finished doing the neighborhood engagement. We were invited to a bunch of those, so we did attend as well. Yeah, and you know, we talk to residents every day when we're out as well. So we're pretty engaged in with the people for sure.
Okay, thank you. You see, I am just following up or pursuing the point which Honorable CEO has said, that you need the backing of the public. And backing of the public is done with lot of interaction. I'm a ex-uniformed man, 28 years veteran. So I feel that you need lot of public engagement. And please, whenever there is such like things, do call me as a volunteer to give my own experiences and also to motivate people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Are there any questions for the presenters? Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. I think it's a blanket in the municipality, but I think that we had a motion brought forward that each intersection is a 10-meter setback. And if they encroach upon that 10 meters, that impedes somebody's life, and you have the tools to remove that vehicle. And I think that was one of council's motions that actually made it to the 7th floor, got to the public, and actually got down to you guys. And I know what Lance is saying, because Breaker and Rainbow Creek, you got to be out in the middle of it, you know. And I think you do a good job, but maybe to thin out the need for resources, if we have a council policy that's structured that is 10 meters, then we put a barricade at the 10 meters. Nobody can park here. And it doesn't take any enforcement, because if you're parked there, you're going to park on top of a barricade. I mean, there's all kinds of ways we can look at things, and it comes down to manpower all the time. But that manpower, we can pull a lot of energy together and say, well, you can't have someone there at the intersection 24 hours a day to make it safe, but we can put something in place where they don't have to park. Just because I think that could save some stress and save you some time. Thank you.
So through the chair to Councillor McGrath, you're correct. The Roads and Transportations bylaw includes a section that you can't park within 10 meters of a stop sign.
Thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Bruce, you have a question?
Yeah, just something Councillor McGrath was mentioning, the street. The example, can we give Mac Island their own ticketing powers? Because, go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, they do have it through limited authority. So there are other areas in the community that if you are parked illegally, you'll get a ticket that looks like it's one of our tickets. And we do give out limited authority to allow organizations to give parking tickets in their lots.
So McDonald Island would be a facility that they could write their own tickets if someone's an expected mothers or handicapped?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that's correct. The ticket that the individual would receive looks just like one that our bylaw officers would give because they have limited authority to put a violation against the bylaw.
Through the chair, Deanne, can you expand on limited? So,
So through the chair to Councillor Boussier, these bylaw officers, basically you can think of them as bylaw officers with a limited authority. So they get a delegation to enforce only certain sections of the Roads and Transportations bylaw. I believe it's maybe 3 sections that deal with, 4. Sorry, I've been corrected there by the expert. So yeah, parking on private property in contravention of the bylaw, parking in contravention of a sign. And does Sergeant Daly want to add to that there?
There's also parked in disabled parking. And there's the 2 sections, 7.15 and 7.16. So that's the private property sections. So that's kind of a catch-all section. So anybody that's parked on their property in a manner that's not desirable, then they can be issued a ticket under that section. As well as I believe the fire hydrant section is on there too. We also do have officers that proactively patrol in McDonald Island daily. So even though there are a lot of offenses taking place there are a lot of tickets being issued as well.
Well, I was just thinking if we extended that to the other facilities, like maybe Center Fire, Frank, that would take some pressure off you folks having to drive down there if McDonald Island had their own staff or security that could issue these tickets, because those stalls down there's lots of times when you go there and there's someone in an expected mothers or the seniors that are definitely not eligible for that space.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
And so through the chair to Councillor Boussier, the program is set up that it would allow those individuals or entities to apply. A number of private security companies in town do have limited authorities, and then what they do is they work for a lot of the condominium corporations in town, and they'll enforce on those condominium corporation lands.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, just need some clarity on something you said when responding to Councillor Boussier and Keith. 10 meters, you said a stop sign, or is it a traffic control device?
So through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I don't have the bylaw in front of me. I would have to take a look at it. I believe it is traffic control device, but again, I would have to review the bylaw to confirm, and I could certainly do that for you after.
Well, I simply asked that question because the intersection that Councillor Boussier referred to of Fitzgerald and Bell is a yield sign, not a stop sign.
Chair to Councillor Grandison. Sir, there's several sections. So there's one for stopping yield sign, and then there's one for intersection, so 10 meters from all.
Okay, so I find it interesting, and just as a comment to your statement, there's a fire hydrant. So if you're coming down Fitzgerald, turn right on Bell, there's a fire hydrant right there, and I laugh daily because I always say that fire hydrant pays for one of your peace officers. Like you probably issue 10 tickets a day. But to Councillor Boussier's argument, if the officer were to turn around and come out, even worse since they took the parking from the other side of Fitzgerald, you would see that they're parked less than 10 meters every single day. So when you're handing out a ticket to the fire hydrant, just walk across the street and hand out one to the person that's parked within the 10 meters, because you'll see every day it's there.
And I may be incorrect, but I think that's actually no parking zone there as well.
They're on the one side of the street, there's no parking, which I'm always amazed somebody parks there anyways. But on the other side where the fire hydrant is, like, there never a day goes by where you're not issuing tickets there. But when you come out, as Councillor Boussier said, from Bell onto Fitzgerald, you literally have to be halfway through the intersection before you can see whether there's traffic approaching from Fitzgerald, kind of heading east down or west, whatever way. I don't have my directions, but you know what I mean. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Binjoko, do you have a question for presenters?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to give on the lots of information and communications going around in our community around OHB. I was processing it in my mind where this will fall into the priority that is here. I don't want to assume would that be public safety or general nuisance, or you have a separate way of how you would manage the use of OHB and enforcing the regulations to make peace with both the residents and also the enthusiasts, those who like to use the OHB. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So we continue to work on the OHV situation. Depending on the call and what it's coming in for would depend on where the priority lies. If it's a health and safety issue, then it would be a priority one. One of the challenges with off-highway vehicles is that they move. So the call comes in, officers need to get to that location, there's a chance they're already gone. So some of the strategies that bylaw officers use is to go to the loading and unloading areas, and that's where that check can happen to confirm that there's registration and helmets and all of the appropriate things. But there's not one specific priority that we would make an OHV call. It actually depends on what the caller is calling about, on where it lands in a priority. But one of our priorities continues to be to work with the Riders Association so that we can find a happy medium for everyone, hopefully. And that's my cup half full, but I think we can get there at some point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Binjoko. Do we have any questions for presenters? Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates for this item.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Sergeant Daly. Didn't know you were a sergeant. Good to know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw enforcement policy OPE-080 dated April 11, 2023 as outlined in attachment 1 be approved.
Thank you. Have someone second that motion? Councillor Binjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Are there any other questions or debate points for council, for administration? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm pleased to see this policy come forward and the extra officers. We've struggled with roaming dogs attacking pets on private property in Anzac. Priority number 1. I do want to thank Bylaw for coming to one of the community engagements in Anzac and making themselves available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. For our next report is Jubilee Center renovation, additional funding request. I'd like to invite Joelle Trudell, Senior Manager of Transportation and Facilities, and Chris Bond, Manager of Facilities, to introduce the report.
Okay, this thing working? Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Councilor. For the record, my name is Joel Trudell. I'm a Senior Manager for Facilities and Transportation within the Public Works Department, and with me is Chris Bond, Manager of Facilities. With a goal of fiscal responsibility, administration has been diligently working to renovate existing owned facilities to house the staff that we require. Can't hear me? Is that better? Okay, thank you, sir. The Jubilee Center renovation project was undertaken to maximize the amount of staff located within Jubilee Center. Since it began, projects have occurred which have led to the capacity increase and modernization of the building. The last phase of the project is the renovation of the remaining portion of the main floor to relocate the planning and development and engineering departments, removing the need for Timberley Landing. With funding having been established in 2017, it was believed at the time to be sufficient for the entire project phases. Due to various delays in the projects, most significantly COVID and supply chain issues, the projects have taken longer than first initiated. At this time, the increased cost of material and other items necessary to complete the project and bring the staff to Jubilee Center has led to a budgetary requirement for additional funding. This project will not only bring additional staff downtown, but additional citizens to the downtown core on a daily basis. It is administration's recommendation that the capital budget amendment, as summarized in attachment 1, requesting an additional $3,980,000 to commence the procurement of the construction for the final phase of Jubilee Center renovation be approved. With that, thank you, and we await your questions.
Thank you, Joel. Do you have any questions from council? Reminder, just questions at this time. For administration, Councillor Dogar, I have a question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to ask what improvements you want to do here, what extra construction you want to do at Jubilee Center.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, this would be to rehabilitate the back half of the building where ECDEV was, communications, and in IRR, to allow for 120 odd P&D staff and the engineering department to come down here. The existing space does not have enough space for all these staff.
Thank you very much. Is there any other offices coming from Timberley Landing to this place?
This would include all of Timberley Landing.
There's going to be, that is not our building, RMWB building?
No, sir, that's a lease building. That would get us out of this lease.
Okay. Thank you very much for your information.
Thank you, Mr. Dogar. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess I got a few questions here, and I guess it's more about the numbers. I was struggling with the different reports that we have here. One saying that in this capital budget amendment says that there's 3.1 million currently committed. What's that committed to?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, I don't think it's committed. It's what's available left on the initial 11 million.
Well, and then there's an error in the
Well,
document
it's within the
because
PRAC.
available says 55,000. So
it's within the PRAC. So it is committed.
So it's committed to a PRAC. It's not committed to any work.
Well, with that, I'm going to defer to Chris. He may have a better insight into this.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that's correct. So as part of our procurement practice, we develop a prerequisition. That funding's been moved off from available to committed. What we're here today to seek for council's consideration is the budgetary shortfall to see us through for that available funding.
Right, and I can appreciate that. So now we're sitting in a number somewhere in the neighborhood of 7.2 million to complete the work. including FF&E?
I believe that is correct.
That's correct. And there's, I only learned of the 1.2 million FF&E prior to this meeting because it's not illustrated or spoken of in this capital budget amendment. It just says you need 3.9 to complete the work. It doesn't say anything about an additional 1.2 for that piece. I'd like to see these requests a little more accurate as to what the money is for. And I believe in the report it said that part of the accelerated cost or extra costs relative to this particular tender is the urgency of getting the work done. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
So do we have a percentage on what that costs? Like, is it 5% of the tender, 10% of the tender, 50% of the tender?
Through the chair to the councillor, we do not have a definitive component of how that cost was absorbed or broken out within the tender.
But it's explained as being very important relative to the number that we're trying to. We're almost doubling the budget. That's why, we're more than doubling the budget on this particular phase of the project. 3.1, add 3.9, you're more than double.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, there are quite a few factors to that. One being, of course, the market conditions that we've seen over the course of the last 2 years. A portion of that with the FF&E, we have seen a increase just within the FF&E alone of 15% within the last 6 months alone. That has driven that cost up, unfortunately. There are other factors within the RFT package that we did go out to tender as far as the inclusion of liquidated damages to hold schedule compliance. With the timing of the divestment of the Timberley Landing lease, that would be a priority for us to help maintain schedule with the contractor to ensure that we're not incurring additional charges to the project as we move forward.
Right, we're basically paying an additional amount to ensure the work gets done by a certain date, and I appreciate that. I've done this work all of my life. However, what's Plan B if they don't? Granted, there's penalties, but our people need to move.
Through the chair to the councillor, as part of the existing lease within Timberley, there is options to go into what is considered overhold. Which is why we went to the liquidated damages to encourage the contractor to make the deadlines, because obviously moving into that would increase the amounts that the RM pays temporarily while we work through the location aspect.
Okay, well, there's pros and cons to liquidated damages. I mean, you pay for that, so I mean, whether they make the date or not, if they do, it's a bonus to them. I mean, and I understand that, but we're sitting in a situation of urgency, and frankly, I'd like to know why. We've had, how many years has this project been on the books? 6 years? And now we got to move in by, I believe it's September. What happened to the last 6 years?
So through the chair to Councillor Ball, over the course of the last 6 years, as you're well aware, the organization has changed quite a few ways. We took a step back after the last phase of renovations with council chambers to ensure that we were still doing the right thing, that we could accommodate the existing staff that we do have, and to revalidate the project as a whole. There were critical dependencies as well with the council chambers being completed prior to the restacking of staff of the communications and IRR department within the first floor. So there was a lot of interdependencies with the project. So that's why it was staged in the way that it was.
Fair enough. Nobody was in this building for 2 years, so there was some time. That's all I'm saying. If you don't remember, or maybe you do, I did work in Timberley Landing for a number of years, and the day we moved in, we were talking about moving out. So anyway, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you. If I could go back and change half of what I decided to do, I'd be probably better off today. Anyways, my question for you is kind of simple, because I'm pretty simple. The area, the square footage you're talking about would be where the city center was, Ron's big office, where Comms is. Are we taking out the cafe and is it going to extend beyond that wall, like what the footprint, or is it just the footprint that we see out here today? Like how many square feet are we talking?
The square feet is 22,000 square feet that we're looking to renovate.
22,000 square feet?
That's correct.
And that I'm sorry, I'm not going to call it the entertainment center on back of City Hall, but I think, I think the RCMP took a piece of it. Is the restaurant gone too, like where we had the cafe, or are you going to come in through that wall?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, both the old area where the cafe and the Fort McMurray experience aren't inclusive of this program. Currently, we have a community policing station that Community Services is actually just done their grand opening not too long ago. So that's one of the key pieces to the downtown visualization as well. So that will remain.
So just to understand it correctly, then it would be coming out, going where Comms is right now, and back where City Center was. Would that be just that area?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I'm not familiar with the City Center area, but it will be the remainder of the first floor at the Jubilee. So the area that Comms was in and where we had economic development up until January of this year in the back portion of the Jubilee towards McDonald.
Well, I appreciate the fact that I think we're part of the Condo Corp still, I believe, is our building. So I just, what was the big influence on the original budget to what your request is today? Is it materials or just pretty well craft?
Chris, what was the driver?
Sorry, my apologies. Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, the driver, there's been numerous drivers for the cost increases that we've seen. Number one, of course, the workforce, as we've all seen over the course of the last year, has gone up, those labor rates. The inflationary rates that we've seen, coupled with the liquidated damages to the contract, has all played a factor within the increases that were here for council's consideration today.
The 22,000 square feet. You're going to repurpose, renovate.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor McGrath, that's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to Joel and Chris. I guess just further to Councillor Ball, like, I guess, what did we do wrong? Like, I hate excuses, and that's all I seem to hear as an organization, all of us included, not just you two, but we always have excuses, and our excuse is we got more money so we can just buy ourselves out of our mess. So if this isn't approved tonight, like, what are our plans? Do we have any?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, if this is not approved tonight, obviously we do have plans in place to look at how we can move forward with the staff that are in Timberley Landing. We'd need some further conversation with the CAO and other areas to explore what they would be. Unfortunately, we are in a position where this decision tonight is critical to this path forward.
So through the chair, Joel, why are we only coming to this discussion like 6 months? I mean, we've been planning this transition for 5-6 years. It's not like it snuck up on us. Like, I have a hard time swallowing that somebody didn't drop the ball.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Boussier, the tender package got released in January this year after we finished the work that Chris had mentioned earlier around the validations and revalidation. We got the tender March this year, and we got the price increase, and then we came immediately here.
So is there anything that council could have done last year that would have helped you guys this year? Like, I really struggle that we're going to be held hostage by our landlord in Timberley. He knows it, or they know it. And what is it, double the rate, I guess? And you don't think they're going to take advantage? I mean, I don't think they got anybody knocking down their door to take their space. So I think we're okay at that end. But even if this is approved, are we going to have our people downtown by October?
Through the chair to councillor, if this is approved tonight, all of the key steps have been executed. Other than we've got to get the last phase of procurement done. We are confident that with a decision tonight, we can move forward and we can meet the deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. How much rent are we currently, do you guys know actually for the last, do you know how much rent we're currently paying in Timberley per month?
Through the chair to the mayor, I think with that being a private contract, we wouldn't be able to disclose that in a public forum such as this.
Okay, but
we can commit to getting you that information.
Let me phrase it in a different way without using those numbers. Is it fair to say, no, I'm just kidding. Would we recover this money? How long would it take us to recover what we spend to renovate the downtown opposed to what we're spending as rent in Timberley? If that makes any sense.
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, as we had indicated in the council report, we are looking at a 38-month return on the full project funding of the $7 million.
Okay, and that will be primarily due to the rent we're paying currently.
That would be correct. So that is at our current overhead and costing for the Timberley landing lease.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Yeah, so it's 38 months to recoup the cost in getting out of the rental agreement. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, that is correct.
Yeah. Right. Makes sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Do you have any other questions from council for administration? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, just thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, just explain to me how we recoup our costs. We're paying double.
Through the chair, it's not a recouping of the cost. We don't recoup the value of the renovations. However, effectively after 38 months, because we no longer be paying the lease payments, there's a saw-off between the cost of the lease and the cost of the renovations. Those numbers would, in 38 months, would be equivalent. We would have spent $7.1 million approximately on lease or rent, or we would have spent $7.1 million on renovation.
Well, through the chair to our CEO, with all due respect, if we would have planned it properly, we wouldn't even be having this discussion.
Yep. Just through the chair, I absolutely appreciate the frustration of council. There's no question that we would all prefer to be in an ideal world where all projects are able to roll out sequentially without any impacts from outside forces. We are in the situation that we are in. I think as staff have pointed out, we brought this forward to council not because we want to spend more money, because we're in the situation we're in because of having gone out to tender for the project and not having the money in place from council's approval to undertake the work. We're in that situation now, and that's why we're here. Again, in the end, it's up to council. Staff would certainly present to you that there's benefits both to the organization from an organizational perspective of having all of our essentially office workers in one location, avoiding that lease cost going into the future for all future years, and also bringing that level of economic development back to the downtown core, both in terms of our own staff being here, working here on a daily basis, having lunch, whatever the case may be, and customers coming into the building. I absolutely appreciate the frustration. I can't, of course, speak to decisions that were made administratively in the past leading up to this point. However, we're trying to move this forward to in the best interest of council and the community at the best of our abilities, and this is the situation that we're in now.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Yes, as the CAO mentioned, it's bringing more the municipal employees to the downtown core, which will increase the economic viability for our local businesses in the downtown core. And I'm just wondering how many visitors will it bring to the downtown core due to that relocation?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, the current counts of monthly visitors to Timberley Landing is about 650 individuals on a monthly basis.
Right, and then the people coming downtown to get their permits, etc. What population base do you think that will? How many visitors will that bring?
No, that was the 650.
600.
Yeah,
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Do you have another question? No. So a quick question. So regardless of what council decides today, the offices are moving down here September 1st.
Through the chair to the chair, as pointed out, if the decision tonight is not to fund the project, we need to go back and figure out what our options are.
Okay.
This is a critical juncture and a critical decision to get this project finished.
Okay, thank you, Joel. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if my question is similar. I wanted to clarify, this is for renovation or rebuild. So if it's renovation or making it look beautiful, making the place look beautiful, does that mean that the spaces are available for the staff to move downtown, regardless of whether this funding is released or not? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, if we do not do these renovations to create the additional space, we only have enough space here for about 50% of Timberley Landing staff.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for administration of council? Not seeing any, so thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any other delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have no delegates for this item.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the capital budget amendment as summarized in attachment 1 requesting an additional $3,980,000 to commence the procurement of the construction of the final phase of the Jubilee Center renovation be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council for administration, followed by debate? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? 2 and opposed? Opposed? That's carried with 2 opposed. Thank you. Our next report is the capital budget amendment. I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and Susan McIsaac, Manager of Financial Planning, to introduce the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. Administration is submitting one capital budget amendment for your consideration and approval. Council is the approving authority for the capital budget as per the provisions of the Fiscal Responsibility Policy FIN 160. This capital budget amendment will result in a net increase of $20,000 to the 2023 and thereafter capital budget as outlined in the budget net change summary and will be funded by other sources. The project amendment is for a snowmobile in Anzac. Kiera Energy Corp. Has provided a donation of $20,000 intended for the Regional Emergency Services to purchase a snowmobile for the Anzac Fire Department. The snowmobile will enhance the safety and response capacity for the responders in Anzac and lend to the safety of the residents and users of the 881 corridor. This snowmobile purchase will not require any municipal funds. The net increase in funding of $20,000 is from the 2023 and thereafter capital budget, other sources. The full budget impact of this amendment will be incorporated into the 2023 budget upon council approval, as represented in attachments 1 through 3. Administration is recommending that the 2023 capital budget amendment as summarized on attachment 1, 2023 capital budget amendment, new project, dated April 11th, 2023 be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects as summarized on attachment 2, 2023 capital budget amendment, new project, project cash flow summary dated April 11th, 2023 be approved. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Quick question, does that 20,000 cover all the costs of this snowmobile? Or is there any cost for the municipality besides that 20,000?
Through the chair to the chair, my understanding is that there's just the 20,000 that's required.
Perfect, thank you. Do you have any questions of council? Just give Council McGrath a minute to get back.
Okay.
Do we know if he's coming back? We'll keep going. Do we have any delegates for this item?
We have no delegates. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that the 2023 capital budget amendment as summarized on attachment 1, 2023 capital budget amendment, new project dated April 11th, 2023 be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects as summarized on attachment 2, 2023 capital budget amendment, new project, project cash flow summary dated April 11th, 2023 be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions of Council for Administration, followed by debate points? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm pleased to see that the Anzac Volunteer Fire Department is getting a snowmobile to enhance safety and response capacity and at no cost to the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And mine is also a comment just to say thank you to Care Energy Corp for this gesture to the community where they operate. And I think Councillor Stroud would appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Any other questions of council or debate points? Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir. Certainly, it's very rewarding that something is coming to the municipality. I think we should recognize it, appreciate it, and whosoever presented it, they should be here also, and council should acknowledge it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Any other comments or questions? Not seeing any. Call for a vote. All in favor? Not carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Actually, you can stay there, please. We'll now move to the capital project status update. I'd like to invite Laura Ferguson, Chief Financial Officer, to remain seated and invite Susan McIsaac, Financial Planning, to introduce the report.
In alignment with the fiscal management value of Council's strategic plan, administration is presenting for Council's information a comprehensive update on the status of all ongoing municipal capital projects. The information provided in the report is as of February 28, 2023, for each ongoing capital project. The report presents the total project budget, actual project spending to date, which is based on the general ledger, project progress to date, future project plans, and this does not include commitments, and the anticipated project completion date. Administration is recommending that the capital project status update as of February 28, 2023, summarized on attachment 1, be accepted as information. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Not seeing. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Within the report, I just need to have an understanding if there's a timeline on when the environmental and technical factors will be rectified so residents in Gregoire Lake Estates, Anzac, and Fort McMurray number 468 First Nation can be hooked up to rural water and sewer.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, I do not have that information. I'm not sure if anybody from environmental services or engineering can answer that question.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, this is a great question.
Thank you.
As you probably know, we had announced to the public last year that we would be able to allow for connection in the fall of 2023. That was contingent to being able to get some upgrades to our infrastructure, which is a lagoon, the force main between the lift station and the lagoon, and the lift station upgrades. We went to market. We received some bids that were significantly higher than what we had anticipated. So we decided to go back to market, and with dividing the scope in multiple smaller scopes. All that to say that the timeline we had in mind is now being pushed out. In terms of how far we have to push it out, we are still in the process of identifying how we might be able to still meet the deadline by taking different measures, or if we might have to push that. So I understand that the question has been asked by yourself and residents. We are in the process of finalizing the information that we can share, and I'm hoping that we're going to have more clarity on the new timelines soon. But as of tonight, I do not have a clear date that I could share with you.
Thank you, Antoine.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Banjoko, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a quick question on the first page of the big paper that we received. Fort Chippewan Airside Pavement Rehabilitation Construction. On the prior approved budget is 18.7 million, 32,563 has been spent, but for budget spent to date is at zero and all that. So I'm wondering, why is that? Is there an omission or even if it's 1% or whatever percentage? I was thinking it wouldn't be zero. So I don't know how many are like that, and I just needed some education around how you arrive at the percentage spent versus budget based on that one example. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, with that particular project, mobilization of all of the equipment just happened on the Winter Road. I do know that there has been some costs that have transpired since the time of this report, and it's important to note that this particular report is going to be very organic and constantly changing. So all the invoices that have been received from suppliers, entered into the system, and actually paid, that's what you're seeing in your expenses to date. So even though I know, I can't remember the exact dollar amount because we just reported back to the federal government because we do have significant grant funding associated with that project. So I do know that there have been some costs already incurred.
Thank you. So you are confirming that we've spent about 32,500, but it's not reflecting on the actual because it hasn't been invoiced for.
It's a timing situation. Okay. This is as of February 28th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that. And I just have a couple questions, maybe just plain ignorance out of my part, so just so I can understand. When there's a double budget for something, for example, like the Draper sign upgrade, it's in two different categories, and there's been two different approvals, and they're at two different points. I'd assume they're the same project. And so, do we look over stuff like that to see if there's duality or things have been multiply approved and then not put through, or does it just get automatically updated?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, could you confirm which line item you're referring to?
Yep. I just lost it. The dots at the bottom. Kill me.
So there's a Draper community sign upgrade, Draper trail upgrade pre-design, and then Draper community gathering place design.
Yep. I'm sorry, I lost my... I had it. Yep. I should use just the papers. Here we go. So under rule, we have Draper community gathering design, then Draper community sign upgrade, then Draper trail upgrade pre-design, and then if you go to the very bottom of rule, 2 line items up, it says Draper community sign upgrade again.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, this does appear to be a different project. I'd have to go back to the team to confirm. So one is from the 2022 budget and one is from the 2023 budget. There does appear to be different activities. Mm-hmm. So for the one on page 1, the 2022, the 90,000, the current progress to date is public engagement is complete, preferred sign location determined, design drawings in 2023, construction planned in 2024, factoring completion of flood mitigation reach 11. And then the other one was $30,000 in 2023. It says dependent on flood mitigation work will be in line with completing different reaches. I'd have to take it back to the team.
Through the chair, we'll have to take some of and find out what they could be two different parts of the same project.
Okay.
2 different budget years, and just being tracked separately. So, and unfortunately, we don't have Public Works here staff to give you an answer on the fly this evening, but we'll follow up and can respond back.
No problem. I should have caught it before and gave you the question beforehand. So, second question: when we have got dates of target completed of dates that have passed, so like 2021 and 2022, do those get looked at and re-updated, or even is there any thought of coming to council and taking them off? I know one in contention is always I guess the 2 years that I've done the budget is the Sapri Creek Community Hall that it keeps on coming up at almost every meeting in Sapri Creek. And so it looks like it's in fruition. When you talk to administration, it's not really on the books or keeps on delayed. What do we do with some of these things that are just kind of there and we're not moving forward with?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, this particular report is something that we're still continuing to work on, but the process is once we have an approval for a capital budget, it stays on the books until it's been approved by council to remove it. And it's something that we're hoping to expand upon and build out on with the annual budget process.
Okay. Awesome.
Just if I may, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that is part of the point behind doing this reporting on a regular basis is to start to make sure that council is consciously aware of projects that may have been approved by previous councils even, and they are still on the books, and there isn't really a priority, and they could be taken off.
Okay.
It puts it in our faces, puts them in council's faces to ask us questions about them, and then ideally would give us the impetus to then come back to council to have some projects removed from the capital plan that really are not going to move forward any longer because they're no longer a priority.
Right. Or put them back on the table to move forward. Awesome. No, I super appreciate it. And it's a great process. I think this is great. And so thank you for it. I just had those questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And this question will probably go to Antoine again. Can I please get an understanding on why the John VA water treatment plant upgrade design, which was put in the budget in 2021 and has now been deferred to 2024? Thank you. Lost his
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, thank you for the question. So, in 2021, the Janvier water treatment plant requires significant upgrades. I think we all know that.
Yes.
Because of what happened in the summer and the intake being sent out, the water level in the river was so low that the intake was out of water. So we decided to undertake a study to identify if there might be a better source of water for the Janvier water treatment plant. And depending on which source of water we would use for the plant, it determines what kind of upgrades we would have to make to that plant. So we hired a consultant, a third-party consultant, to review those different options we might have for water source, water supply. We are at 95% review of those different options. So we're getting closer to the point where we're going to be able to identify what source of water we're going to use. And once we know what source of water we're going to use, we're going to know what type of upgrades we're going to make to the water treatment plant. And some of these sources might change the water treatment plant into a reservoir. So it could be some drastic differences in the path we're going down once we know where the water is going to come from.
Thank you, Antoine. So as you are aware that council was not advised on on why the boil water alert occurred in John VA in the prior council term, to the point some residents had to be evacuated. So I just need clarity that we have preventative measures in place today. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, we have learned from the incidents that happened at the plant back in 2020 and have taken measures to make sure that this would not happen again. So we are confident that, I mean, we never know for 100%, but we are pretty confident that we've put the measures in place to prevent similar occurrences to happen again.
Thank you, Antoine.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I've only got, I guess, one comment. Thanks. I'm a bit of a capital geek, so I like this stuff, so appreciate having the information.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Any other questions of council? Not seeing any delegates for this item?
We have no delegates for this item.
Can I get someone to make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the capital project status report as summarized on attachment 1 be accepted as information.
Thank you, sir. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Dogar?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Are any other questions of administration or debate points of council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And let's take a 10-minute break before we go on next. Sorry, Councillor McGrath. I didn't even know she left the room, but thank you, sir. Yeah. Maybe we'll invite Councillor, we can find Councillor Benjoko, then we'll.
She went that way. She went that way.
I didn't see, maybe she left. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. See you back here. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Next item is 2023-2025 Fiscal Management Strategy. I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and with me is Kevin Navidi, Senior Manager of Assessment and Taxation. The Fiscal Management Strategy is prepared annually and presented to Council for approval. The purpose of the FMS is to provide a high-level overview of regional municipality Wood Buffalo's operating and capital needs and provides context for setting property tax rates, user fees, and other municipal service charges. In June 2022, the Council of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo approved a strategic plan that will guide the municipality from 2022 to 2025. The strategic plan outlines 5 key values with 28 milestones and actions, each with specific tasks assigned to departments. The fiscal management program has milestones which include the implementation of a community resilience strategy, the confirmation and/or development of service standards through strategic budget workshops, and ensuring government grants are fully utilized. Through the implementation of these actions, administration will focus on understanding the full cost of the programs and services it provides, while maintaining an emphasis on identifying further savings and efficiencies. With a renewed focus on community resiliency, fiscal responsible capital investments will be made using a balanced approach of meeting the needs of residents while positioning the municipality to be sustainable in the long term. Over the next 5 years, the municipality will continue to work towards fulfilling its commitment to meeting a 5-to-1 tax ratio. In order to achieve this, as property tax revenues decrease, all revenue sources will continue to be evaluated, with a specific focus on maximizing grant funding opportunities and working towards a user fee and charges structure that is more in line with cost to deliver services. The 3 key activities aligning with the fiscal management strategy are as follows. Asset management. The municipality relies on a large and diverse collection of assets to deliver core and essential services to its communities. These assets require responsible acquisition, operation, maintenance, rehabilitation, and eventual replacement and/or disposal. Long-term financial planning and visibility to asset life cycling are key components to maintaining healthy infrastructure for the region. System enhancements align with improved asset management governance is the development of a computerized maintenance management system, or CMMS. The goal is to implement a fully integrated asset management and preventative maintenance system. This system will enhance the management of municipal assets using data. Taxation stabilization determines the vulnerability of the asset assessment base to mitigate the impact on property tax revenue. Due to changes in the Municipal Government Act, Section 358, Bracket 1, the maximum tax ratio limitations will impact the municipality's ability to raise sufficient tax revenue for unanticipated expenditures. Significant progress has been made to reduce the tax ratio. The initial tax ratio in 2016 was 18.3 to 1. Due to a combination of changes in the assessment base and aggressive budget reductions, the tax ratio at the first reading of the 2023 tax rate bylaw was 6.21. In order to prepare accurate capital and operating budgets and other financial plans for Council's review, consistent assumptions are established to ensure comparability. Assumptions and constraints followed in constructing the report include a taxation methodology that will support the transition to a 5-to-1 tax ratio within a maximum 10-year period ending in 2027. The municipality will fund capital projects through grants, development funds, and capital reserve funds. Debt will not be considered unless extraordinary circumstances occur. The municipality will continue to utilize a zero-based budgeting approach to find further efficiencies and savings. These strategies are guided by the Municipal Government Act, the 2022 to 2025 Strategic Plan, the Fiscal Responsibility Policy, FIN 160, the approved 2023 operating and capital budgets, the 2024 to 2028 capital plan, and the 2024 to 2025 operating financial plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Lori. Do we have any questions of council? Not seeing any. Do we have any delegates for this item?
We have no delegates for this item.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the 2023 to 2025 fiscal management strategy dated April 11th, 2023 be accepted as information.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Ball.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any other further questions of council for administration, followed by debate points? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. In my opinion, it's great to see a fresh pair of eyes overseeing the fiscal management strategy and that it is following council's strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Any other questions of council or debate points? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Moving on to item number 6.1, Councillor's motion. I'll ask Councillor McGrath to read out the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration be directed for council's consideration bylaws or bylaws to establish a council committee to be known as the Wood Buffalo Transportation Committee, WBTC, hereafter called the committee, consisting of 2 councillors from the urban service area, 1 from the rural service area. It's to serve as councillors for as long as the committee exists, or reappointed by council after each general election, and of course the mayor. Specify the mandate and authority of the committee to exercise governance and policy oversight in all aspects of regional transportation, including without limitation the authority of the committee to appoint an administrative head to act as transportation team leader who will report directly to and take instructions from the committee, and will appoint a transportation task force consisting of representatives from each member of the community stakeholder groups, reporting through the transportation team leader of the committee. Specify the manner in which the committee and the transportation team leader will cooperate and collaborate with the chief administration officer to determine where existing human resources be seconded and where new resources will be engaged, in support of synchronizing regional transportation improvements so that a recommendation for a budget can be made to council as soon as practical. And specify the community stakeholder groups which the committee shall consult and form from the committee shall seek advice and select committee membership, including without limitation representatives from the Indigenous, industry, business, land development, social, and service clubs.
Thank you, Councillor Branscombe. So second that motion. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. And Councillor McGrath, would you like to speak to that motion?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I walk through this process, tonight was kind of refreshing. To me, we're at a bit of a crossroads, and I didn't pick the capital budgets amendments. I just highlight 3 projects in my 10 years that are still on the shelf. One is the realization of the East Clearwater Highway, and that's not what this transportation is, but that money's been parked. 881 improvements that the municipality put their own money in, that money's been parked. The egress and access roads that, as a member of the Wood Buffalo Recovery Committee, we got money for, we put our own money in. They've been through the process almost twice. We still haven't moved the tree. So I guess to my colleagues, I see administration taxed
taxed with flood mitigation, taxed with home movements, taxed with lots. And as elected officials, it's our job, as you heard tonight, to revive this community. And to revive our community, it's going to take all hands on board. And some of these catalyst projects that have been parked for years will bring economic value, sustainability, and actually arteries that bring in tourism and movement of people and trades. And we see right now, because I spend a lot of time back and forth, we're already at a bit of a hub. Tonight I heard about new businesses. The existing businesses are struggling to get people. I know, I live it. So I'm asking for council's blessing to lead this for the next month and work with administration and the mayor to come back. I would ask that, I guess if I could, that administration would come back by May 23rd at the regular council meeting with a bylaw similar to, and I think we could use the plate work of the Wood Buffalo Recovery Committee, by May 23rd, a bylaw that outlines our authority. And I think that I'd ask administration to I guess, seek the members of the committee. And I guess further to that, I would have to make sure I'm in compliance with the MGA, but I believe there's local people here that are ready to serve. And I want it to be a transparent process. But this is not a committee this is going to be a committee where we're going to work with mayor and council. And as we need resources, we'll, for example, comms. We don't need a full-time comms person, but we have them in-house. And then by July 11th, I'd like to have our committee formed in a public meeting and put together. And by July 11th, to have the team leader in place. That team leader could come from secondment, from industry. It could come from secondment within the city. But at the end of the day, this will be an independent body that draws on administration when needed, but will also steward to mayor and council. And the committee won't make a move without mayor and council knowing. And I've seen it work. We made it work. I guess our last meeting is July 11th. So by July 11th, this committee, the initial start of the committee, would be formed. We'd know who our team leader is. Then the expectation is that anybody that comes on this committee know that August is not going to be days off. We'll have to gel as a committee. We'll elect a chair. We'll have our team leader. And when we come back in September 11th, I believe, is it September 11th, our first council meeting? September 12th? So September 12th, we'd come back to mayor and council with your input, some low-hanging fruit, and a budget. And you might ask where that budget is going to come from. Well, I could start with the $5 million that we haven't touched from East Clearwater. I can go back in the $8 million that's committed to the egress and egress roads. And I'm not trying to say that anything about administration, but the political will that's gone into this, it's like a fly on an elephant. And the reason I thought last fall wasn't the right time to push this is because I think there was a misinterpretation. But I did share with you the last couple of days why we bought into the 5-to-1. There was articles that went unchallenged, went unheard, and I think that we were had. And this is a piece that I'm really passionate about. simply because I think administration's taxed, and we need, if we're gonna be successful, it has to be political to political. And I've watched my own in the last couple of weeks. I was with mayor and councillors at another convention, and it seems like we're always forgotten about, but we're first thought of when it comes to ratcheting down taxes or taking cash out. So I think this is a focus, and I can tell you how I feel and what the low-hanging fruit is, but that's not what a committee is made of. So that committee would be made up of the councillors, the Indigenous community, the business community, and the member at large. People that know our history and as local as you'd ever believe me to be. We went out with the Wood Buffalo Committee, and we went outside simply because the guy had the experience. But the first option would be the team leader is a common face in our community, but also a common face to staff. And this is not to say that we're going to, do Paul's job. We're not. But what we're going to do our job, to go out and advocate we can sustain our community. And we got some low-hanging fruit that I've watched that we just started. And I know you're going to get a lot of kickback about the egress and access roads, but I can tell you, we designed them once, and we haven't taken the tree out. And it's not administration's fault, really, because as I hear here all the time, council changes and direction changes. Half of that's true. But the other half, 881's improvements haven't started. We have a bridge over there that looks like garbage. We have safety concerns in our community that go unnoticed. And it's not for administration to fight our battles. In fact, we have to get the province back to the table and the feds. When you're paying $12 for a loaf of bread and 4 chips, we're not doing our jobs. So I want to take the next couple of years and finish what we started. And I never mentioned the MLAs because obviously we'll need them. But we also know there's an election coming. So the work that we do here in the municipality will prepare us for after September 12th. Do I have a budget today? No, I don't have a budget today, but I can tell you that by September 11th, we'll have a board chair, a team leader, and 6 people that are like-minded, not here to trip anybody up, and to be full disclosure to the council all the time. I can go on and on, but I don't need to because I've sat around with all you people long enough. And when I look at the effort that elected people put in over the years, to give you a Highburg model, I served on a transportation committee at the region municipality. No, actually it was the city of Fort McMurray with Ron Morgan and Jim Carberry. The next one we struck up, we had right here in I believe it was 13 to 15. And we started to get some good work done. But I think sometimes we put the egos out in the farm where they belong and work with the resources we got, because we have a lot of talented people. And I don't know if you ever took the time to read the study on 686. It's a bigger joke than Santa Claus, because the province, I didn't know if they bought into it to begin with. But I know I can sit in this table tonight and tell you this. We never went outside the community. We built North America's biggest dam in a year and a half, 88 million cubes of dirt that we drive on every day. And we've done it as a community. And I think that this transportation committee makes sense. It's not millions of dollars, but it gives a committee latitude to advocate 3 core values that sustain a community. So this is not about telling Paul that the bus is going down to Franklin Avenue every 7 hours. This is about getting in the minister's office and holding government to account. And people say politicians got Highway 63 twinned. No, it wasn't. It was residents. And when the minister came and lost his arm, or almost lost his life, it changed. So, with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll take any questions, but I think that last fall, I'll take the hit because I never gave Jade and her crew enough information to form it this way. And at that time in my life, I wasn't ready to take on any more battles, only the one that meant my family. But now that's behind me, and I'm going to offer services. I want to be one of the 3 councillors, I say it out front. And the other 2, of course, you have a vote for it. But I'll be part of that vote too, and I'll be very transparent because, you know, I'd be quite a politician if I told you I wasn't interested in doing it, because I think Jade and Lance, I think you know that this is something I've tried to do for 7 years. But now I have enough knowledge and wisdom to know that for me, this is not political. This is about leaving something behind. And when a politician or an elected official makes the job about bettering his own life, time to get out. And I'm reminded of that when I drive around Edmonton. If I leave the farm or leave the ranch, I look at the Entney Hendy. You can imagine that was just a bare field. But you had a premier, Lougheed, that had a vision. And that vision today is springboarded Edmonton, and we're not 1 million people. We'll never be 250. But if we don't do something soon and get some of these projects in somebody's radar, and I think that's the energy we need to get the result we want. And that's sustaining our community. And it's never been more evident in my time, in my 40 years. I came through, and I know it's spring, guys. I came through the community last night from Beacon Hill to Confederation Way. There's not a line left on our highway. Not good. The lights. Until we get somebody in front of government at least once or twice a month, everything's okay in Fort McMurray. They'll take their billions. Down south will take their billions. So this won't be a headache to administration. This is actually going to help administration. We haven't moved the needle on at least 3 projects that I know as a councillor we made the cash for. And I think this committee will do good work. Never lose sight of the fact that mayor and council are the ones that wear the decisions of the day, whether they're here tomorrow. And just a bit of latitude and the confidence to know that I look back on the Wood Buffalo Recovery Committee, and that was a lot of work. But coming home on Christmas Eve, knowing that people that were building their homes, they didn't have to pay the gypsum tar off. There was much more of that, and we worked well with administration, but we didn't go through. We went through our CAO and our team leader. So that's what I'm trying to do. It's not about Keith. It's about I've been given a job for the people, and the only way this is going to move, because I tried it every other way, is to start our own committee. And by September 12th, you'd have an idea, and well before that, what the low-hanging fruit is. If that's a road south, before we start the egress roads, because in one hand, it's okay we haven't started, because some of these roads might intertwine to get some traffic from Saskatchewan. So rather than go into I'm offering my services once again to start a committee with some measurable, achievable results for the betterment of our community. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll take any questions, and I know it's been a long night, so I'm hoping all the steam has run out. Just say yes, and we'll get to work.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Do we have any delegates for this item? No. Do we have any questions for our debate points from council? I'll say first, I do support this, Councilor McGrath, as in the last almost 2 years, we've been writing letters and going to meetings with ministers, and 90% of the issues we have, that's the province's responsibility that we go advocating for, have to do with transportation. So definitely having someone in government relations will help us on that. And we did go to the province to try to get to revive a transportation committee, and the province basically said no. They didn't want to do that this time. So, I mean, this is our, and I believe I might even said that in the meeting, that we'll just do it ourselves. So definitely support this and moving forward. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Councillor McGrath, for bringing this forward. And I also support this after going through what you proposed. Totally, support. I have a quick question around the role, recruitment, and establishment of the team leader for this committee. So this committee is, I believe, is slightly different from any committee that we currently have. With the team leader's role and the way you framed it, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like either a full-time or part-time position. And
well, the committee itself, remuneration is not the issue. The team leader would be a full-time position. Whether that team leader seconded from industry, our biggest partner, or a budget put for their salary, but yes, that'll be the only
full-time
correct.
Position. So there will be some costs associated with that position, which will be borne by RMWB, by us, right?
Absolutely, ma'am. The budget, if things go to plan, the budget will be coming back to council by September 12th. And I think that if the committee is formed and headed out the door by July 11th, I think that we'll be okay with having the budget approved and ready for council on September 12th.
Okay, thank you. And then thank you for that clarification. And my next question is to the CAO.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you.
We were just trying to figure out how this is going to work.
I'm not sure if I did that on purpose, but CAO, I'm trying to know if the timelines that he stated in the proposal, if they seem realistic or achievable. Thank you.
To be through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, to be frank, I don't know. The motion itself doesn't have timelines associated with it, and I think that's a good route for this to go. If we get this direction from council, I think there's some work and some internal discussion with Councillor McGrath and the mayor about just the goal and intent behind the committee. Then we can start to figure out how to build it, and the timelines I think will roll out of that. The dates that have been suggested may or may not be reasonable, depending on how those discussions go. At the moment, I don't have anything to suggest that they're not reasonable. I can help you. But I think there's quite a bit of work and discussion yet to be undertaken.
Thank you, CEO. So then I'll throw it back to Councillor McGrath to see how he arrived at those dates and if they are achievable. Yep. Thank you.
So I'm going to let a little experience lead the way. What I'm asking for administration for is to have a bylaw back by May 23rd. And I think that was achievable because we already have something to go by. So we're not going to have to reinvent the wheel. The goals and intentions are to move the needle on funding that's been put in place for capital projects that have been parked for some of them 8 or 9 years. The onus will be on the committee and the team leader to report to mayor and council and give them a bit of a schedule of events. And the reason why I guess I associated dates with it, because if I don't, it'll slip away. And the other thing is, we're going to have a brand new government. So September 12th, we'll come to council, we'll get a blessing, We'll have a budget, and I suspect then within 2 weeks, we should be mobilized to support the efforts that you give us, a mandate. Will we have a mission statement and a vision statement by then? I don't think so, but it's pretty something or similar to the rebuild community, and I think that's so fresh in a lot of minds, and I'm sorry, Paul, there'll be no onus on administration on this, other than I might need a hand for a month or two. But then the committee is going to do the work on council's request. This is a very transparent process, very independent, but I know who the bosses are. They're sitting around this table. So I guess I think these are realistic, because I've seen a lot of stuff happen tonight that's not realistic. And when I look at a budget item that we were pouring hearts out over and having, last time we met industry is when they knew they went out the door for their 5-1. And every year our budget gets a little strengthened. So we don't, it floors me to say this. We give organizations $5-6 million a year to bring us in a barber shop or something like that. I won't be asking for $5 million, I can guarantee you that. Neither will the team leader, but I'm going to tell you what we're going to ask for. What do you want your community to look like when you finish your term? Because I certainly don't want to look like what it looked like after 8 years of my term. I can get all that wabble-babble from anybody. At the end of the day, the 11 people around this table, we're the progress of this community. And I'm not taxing administration. You want to go up and look up the bylaw that we done for Wood Buffalo Recovery Committee? It's the same thing. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. Pretty well the same thing. And there's no due stress going to be put on administration other than put out a public ad. We want some applications for the committee. We'll take those applications. We'll pair them up with our team leader. A couple of councillors that are going to serve with us. That's how it starts. 3 councillors. That's how it starts. And the mayor. Then we're going to get some applications. And we probably, if industry is paying attention, they probably got a person they can second us to. And maybe that's no cost. Because there are some good industry people that want to help us. So I'm not going to, I guess I'm motivated simply because I see the airport is hemorrhaging. I see Wood Buffalo housing is hemorrhaging. All this indicates that we need to move the needle. This is not about, like I said, 7 buses went up and down Franklin Avenue. It's about to get the routes we were promised. Like, the Northern Development Council. God mercy on you, Krishner. This is stuff that was parked and is gone on deaf ears. So we have a chance now to get ourselves organized before September. And then we'll see who the Minister of Transportation is and Minister of Tourism is and stuff like that. But we can do our own work in-house, and I'm willing to put the time in, and I know that everybody around this table is. So nobody got to be, this guy's demanding too much. I can guarantee you, Paul, sir, that we have more talent in this community that's untapped, that you won't see these things flatline this time next year. I know for sure I sat in and got the funding for egress and access roads, and now we're going to start them 5 years later. And that's good because, like I say, they can link into our transportation committee. So I can stay up all night and hear myself talk, but hey, it's up to you guys. You can either give me some wheels, and I'll work with the mayor and Paul and meet these timelines, or defeat it, but I'm still going to serve with you. So, and again, my apologies, Jade, because, like I say, last fall I never really spelled it out, but I know over the weekend as I went back through some of the commitments that were made, it ignited me and put that fire back in my belly, not to be rebellious, but to go out and seek some funding that make this community work. And it's going to include working with another province maybe. So is there going to be a budget? Absolutely, Funky. But there's going to be a budget.
Thank you.
Approved by council. And not built on pipe dreams, but we'll tell you why we need the cash. If we do need, because I really believe that I've lived here, and I think that we can probably second someone that's very good in the industry, that has a good face for the community, but also a good face to how to deal with these other guys that keep on giving us a little bit. And with that, Your Honor, you know me, because it's late and I can get fired up, because late now anyways.
Do you have another question, Councillor Jogo?
No, I really want to appreciate the answer. Was long and detailed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jogo. Does anyone else have any questions for Councilor McGrath? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And that concludes this evening's meeting. Marcy Cho, Kim Muscumpton, thank you. Have a good night.